Hi everyone, my name is Sreeknath. Today we are going to learn about Salesforce integrations with scenarios that every developer must know. By end of this video, you will be able to understand how to do integrations and you will be able to successfully do integrations by yourself. We'll also learn standard ways of integrations, which means no code, and we'll also know how to perform integrations using REST or SOAP in both inbound and outbound. And we'll also see how to test your integrations using both Postman and Workbench tools. This seems more generic, right? Let me show you what we are going to achieve in this video. This is what I call it as cheat sheet, and if you see, all the blocks are currently blank. And left side, if you see, these are the techniques or these are the options in Salesforce with which we can do integrations. By end of this video, after we complete all our scenarios, the sheet will look like something like this. So if you see, there are a lot of scenarios that we have noted down here. For each of the scenario where Salesforce do integration with external system, and external system will call Salesforce to do some integrations, right? So we have each of the scenario with different set of conditions like response needed or coding allowed or only REST is allowed. In this process, for each of the scenario, we'll find the right technique, and by end of the video, you will see this cheat sheet completed like this. Most of the time, your requirements from the project will fall under any of these scenarios. And from this cheat sheet, you will be able to track down which option is better for you to do the integration. Hi, I'm in trouble. I know nothing about integrations. My manager asked me to integrate Salesforce with an external system. I'm scared of integrations. Can you help me? Don't worry. You may expect integrations are hard, but in reality, once you know the concepts, it is very easy to go ahead with integrations. Come on, everyone says it's easy. I heard there are multiple concepts in integrations like REST, SOAP, external services, Salesforce Connect, platform events, and many more. But I never understood. When I will work and get expertise on all these? Of course, you cannot work on every scenario in integrations to get complete understanding. Tell me, if you know how to drive a car, say let's say you have a Audi car where you drive it every day. Even though you have never driven a Mercedes, you can still drive that car, right, if you get the opportunity. In the same way, you understand the concept of how to integrate. Let's say you connected with system A and system B. Obviously, you can integrate any system to any other system. It's as easy as that. Makes sense. Let me start asking a basic question. What is integration? Okay. So let's say you're hungry and you wanted some pizza to eat. Now you got two options. One is to cook yourself and the other one is order online. If you're feeling lazy, obviously you will order food, correct? So you will placing an order to a restaurant saying that you wanted a pizza, and the restaurant which is providing the food service will take your order and then get it back to you. In the same way, Salesforce can communicate with SAP systems requesting for some accounts data, and SAP system can send that back to Salesforce. So this is how communication of two systems will happen. So integration is connecting two or more systems to communicate for a data transfer or for a process to be done. So in here, you see Salesforce is connecting with SAP system. So we are calling this integration because Salesforce is requesting some accounts and SAP is returning back. And this is also called an integration where Salesforce is communicating with two systems, system A and system B. And this is also considered as integration where Salesforce is connecting with three systems for sending or requesting data. In short, integration is about connecting one system with one or more systems for transferring data to complete a job. Why can't all the data to be kept in Salesforce itself? Then we don't need any integrations. Yes, you're right. Very good question. Anyone got the same doubt? So why do we do integrations? Let's assume you are a doctor by profession. Now you go to restaurant for getting some food service. You go to car wash services to get your car wash done. And patients will come to you to get treatment done. So here you are offering services to patients and you are taking services from restaurant and car wash services. So here you are integrating with multiple systems to get the job done. Patients cannot get their treatment done by themselves, right? Because they don't have that expertise. And the same way, if you don't know how to cook, obviously you need to rely on some other system like restaurant. And if you don't have your car wash set up at your home, then obviously you will go to car wash services. In the same way, Salesforce needs to communicate with multiple systems to get the data flow and the process easy. Some other systems doesn't have that data or process, so it will rely on Salesforce to get that process done. Most of the applications cannot have everything in one place. Hence, they have to use the services or data of other systems, like you have used restaurant and car wash services. So for your question, in real world, very few applications has all its data in one system. We call them as standalone systems where they don't really need integrations. And rest of them, like 99%, are not. For those systems, we need integrations. So integrations are everywhere. Okay, I understood integration is needed to communicate between systems to have data transfer or to have some process time. Tell me how to do integrations between systems then. For understanding how to integrate two systems, let's take this example. So we have Salesforce and we have SAP. So user logs into Salesforce system and clicks on a button or kind of link, then this should get data from SAP. So he clicks on a link and this should go to SAP and SAP should send some data back to Salesforce. This is the use case. Now, how to achieve this? In this example, Salesforce wonders how to communicate to SAP and SAP wonders how to provide data to Salesforce. But how can they communicate? Let's go back to our pizza example. So instead of ordering food online, you directly came to the restaurant and you wanted to order it. So you sat at the table and now there is a kitchen here. So how you will communicate with kitchen to order pizza? Of course, there will be a waiter at the restaurant where he will take orders from customer and send food from kitchen to customer. In the same way, every service provider will have an API which will take request from Salesforce and send data from SAP. So like waiter is responsible for communicating between customer and kitchen, APIs are responsible for integrating Salesforce and external system. So API is basically point of contact for system A to communicate to system B. In technical terms, API means application programming interface or a kind of piece of code which takes the request from external system and sends back the acknowledgement, or it could be a response. So for your question, how to communicate between system A and system B, APIs is the answer. So APIs are needed to integrate between one system to another system. Let's see golden rule number 1. API has to be at receiving system, or in other words, API has to be made available by the system which provides services. In our previous example, the pizza example, a restaurant provides waiters for customers to communicate with the kitchen. Similarly, for Salesforce to communicate to SAP, API has to be available here so that Salesforce can communicate to SAP, because SAP is providing the service, so SAP should have an API. Only then Salesforce can call SAP. You cannot directly call another system if that system doesn't have any API. In the same way, Salesforce should have the API. Only then Java app can actually communicate to Salesforce using this API. Fun fact, a particular system can have any number of APIs. Each of the API will do different purpose. Like one API can insert data, one API can update data, one API can delete data. That we will see in the upcoming scenarios. Let's see scenario number 1. Can you show me an easiest integration example, like Salesforce calling external system to get some data? Let's see that pictorially. So here we have Salesforce and external system, where Salesforce application needs data from external system. Whenever you get this kind of requirements, always there is a thumb rule. First you need to decide whether it is outbound or inbound. What is outbound and inbound? Let me tell you. There are two ways of communication. Salesforce calling external system and external system calling Salesforce. In this example, Salesforce is trying to call SAP. As you can see, Salesforce needs some data from SAP. Hence, Salesforce is initiating the request. Remember, initiating the request. In this scenario, Salesforce is initiating the request. As we are Salesforce developer, from our perspective, this is an outbound integration. Why? Salesforce is making an outbound call to SAP, or like sending out something to SAP for getting some data. So in this integration, let's say this integration is something which you have to do. You don't need to have any knowledge on SAP. In this second example, Salesforce is getting a call from Java app. If you see, Java is sending some data to Salesforce. As you can see, Salesforce needs data, but here Java app is sending that data to Salesforce. Here Java app initiates the request, not Salesforce. As Salesforce is receiving some request into Salesforce, this is called as inbound integration. As we are Salesforce developer, we always need to think from Salesforce perspective. So here Java is sending in something. So here it is a inbound integration. On the other hand, for Java, this is an outbound integration. For Java people who are working on this integration, if they are doing this, they will say that we are doing an outbound integration. As we are Salesforce developer, as we are doing the implementation from Salesforce, we will say that we are having an inbound integration from Java application. Having said that, let's come back to our scenario. So where Salesforce needs to get some data from external system. So as you can see, Salesforce is initiating the request. Hence, this is an outbound integration. In this example, we will use callouts using Apex. So we will call an external system by using Apex callouts. Whatever I am going to explain in this scenario is super helpful for most of your scenarios that you will do when you call Salesforce to an external system. Okay, got it. We are doing outbound integration. To call external system, we need API, right? You said API is like a waiter. I know how to call a waiter to get my food. But how to call API to get data now? Good question. Things that are required for calling out an API. So we need to do an authorization. In the sense, we are telling to the external system that I am authorized. API details will come to this point. And finally, adding external system details into named credentials or remote site settings. This is in Salesforce. Okay, this is something which we need to do it in Salesforce. So what are these? Let's take again the example of waiter. So let's compare that. Okay, so left side is API and right side is we are having API. Now authorization. Authorization is nothing but making a reservation in restaurant. So once you go to restaurant, you say that I have the reservation. Then they will check it and they will make sure that you are sitting in the right table. And API details, where endpoint URL is nothing but calling the waiter, get, post, put, patch, delete or kind of methods. Each method says get is something like getting a menu or getting data. Post is nothing but new order, or you can say inserting of data. Put in the sense update order. It is something like updating the data. Patch is nothing but upserting the data. Here we can compare it as upserting the order. Delete is deleting the data, or this is like cancelling the order. Request body. Request body is something which we can relate it to items to order. If we compare it with Salesforce, we are saying that what data we need to insert, what data I wanted to get from the external system. Like I want to pass account ID and I wanted the entire account details of that account ID. Something like that. Response. So if I send something to external system, what kind of response I'm expecting. So that details also you need to know, because once you get the data, you will do some logic, right? So you need to know what response you will be getting. In this case, the expected outcome of the order is like what food you are getting. And finally, add external system to named credentials or remote site settings. This is very much same like telling at your home that you are going to a restaurant. You need to let your whereabouts to your family, right? Or to your partner or to your parents or to your spouse, right? So in the same way, in Salesforce, we have something called named credentials or remote site settings, where we will define the external ID URL in named credentials, so that Salesforce will aware that, okay, we are calling some external system. If you don't define this, if you don't define the external ID details in this name credentials or remote site setting, Salesforce will not let you call any external system. Simple. Wait, authorization details, API details, endpoint URL, request body, request method. I understood what these mean, but how will I get these details to begin with? Good point. So authorization is nothing but you need to have access to the external system. So external system will create credentials for you and they will provide it to us. So it is something like external system will let you know what is the username, what is the password, or if there is any extra security details that they can give it to you. So by using those details, you will do a call out. Okay, how to use these details is something which we'll look into it in the next slides. API details too should be given by the external system, like URL, the address of the person, like the address of the person. We need to do the exact URL of the resource that we are calling, and which operation you are trying to make, like get or put or post, patch, delete. As I mentioning, Get is something like getting of data. Posting is for inserting of new data. Putting is for updating of data. Patch is for upserting of the data, and delete is for deleting of the data. These are called request methods. Okay. And now request body. You're saying what you're gonna do, but you need to tell what data you need to get or you need to insert into the external system, right? Like getting account data created today. You are requesting to get every account data that got inserted in SAP system that were created today. So you will give that parameter in your request body. And finally, expected response. Expected response is nothing but like list of accounts or account ID, or it could be a simple string saying that it's a success or error. Okay. And finally, add external ID to name credentials or remote site settings. This is something very specific to Salesforce, where this will be done by us as a Salesforce developer or a Salesforce admin or architects. You need to do this in your Salesforce setup. In your setup, you can find name credentials or remote site settings, where we will add these API details or API URL into this name credentials or remote site settings to let Salesforce know that we are calling an authorized party or authorized external system. Clear, right? Authorization details, API details will be given by external system. Simple. The last step you need to create it by your own. For any REST callout you make, you must have the below code. You know these lines, you know how to do a callout. See this, if you see there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lines. These 7 lines are kind of guide to you to do any callout. I myself has used these lines more than 50 times to do a callout. It's a kind of template for any callout. So only the values will change, but rest of it will be same. So if you see this endpoint URL, the endpoint URL to which resource you are calling, which request method that we discussed, right? Get, post, put. So that method you need to mention here. And you also need to mention set header of this type, application JSON or not. We'll discuss this, okay? And finally, we are sending the data. So what data we are trying to post to the external system. In this case, we are calling animals endpoint, and we are setting a method called post, which means we are trying to insert. And what we are trying to insert? We are trying to insert a name Mighty Moose. See? And whatever you are sending, this is the exact line, http.send. This is the line will do the actual call to the external system. I am reminding again. So this is the same set of lines that you can use it for any callout, any REST callout. What is REST? When this REST has been come into picture, we did not discuss about REST at all, right? And we also did not discuss about JSON also, right? Okay, let's discuss these things. So for now, there are two ways to communicate to the external system. Okay, one is REST, the other one is SOAP. At this point of time, we'll not go much deep into it, but at this point of time, you need to understand that REST is the easiest and the fastest one to communicate to the external system. SOAP is being heavy and secure one. So for normal transactions, we'll always use REST callout. We also have SOAP callout, but in this scenario, we are covering REST callout. We'll see the exact difference in the upcoming scenarios. Now let's discuss about JSON and XML. We were referring to application/JSON in our scenario, right? So JSON and XML are the only languages that can be understood by digital systems. Let's say I wanted to communicate with someone, I can communicate in English, or if both of us knows Portuguese, we'll speak in Portuguese. If both of us knows Japanese, we'll speak in Japanese, correct? But what if that other person doesn't know the language that I'm speaking, right? In that case, we cannot actually communicate. In that case, we cannot actually communicate unless we have a translator as such, but we cannot communicate. So in the same way, all these systems like Salesforce, SAP, MuleSoft, or any other system needs to communicate for data, right? That communication can only happen in JSON language or XML language. JSON is the lightweight again, and XML is little heavy weighted. JSON will follow key value pair, and this will follow tag structure. If you see, I want to send 3 values. Fruit is equal to apple, size is equal to large, and color equal to JSON. You may be familiar with JSON structure, but this is how, if you don't know, this is how it looks like, key and value pair. In XML, it's more of a tag structure. So you're sending, there will be a root tag. Inside the root tag, you need to mention fruit tag again. In fruit, you will give apple, size large, and color red. So if you communicate the same message in JSON, this will look like this. And if you want to communicate this in XML, this will look like this. So in our scenario, we are following JSON path for our REST callout. Okay. So REST support both JSON and XML language. So when you're trying to communicate with REST to any other system, which means you can communicate both with JSON or XML. Okay, it depends upon how the external want to take up the data. It will be something like your team and the external team needs to sit together, sit and then talk and then understand which way you're planning to do the communication, JSON or XML. Okay. And for SOAP, only XML is supported. In XML, we can put the header section and we can kind of put our message in kind of envelope, like we actually do it in the real world, where we have envelope and then put the actual message, and we'll have stamp where we'll have to address, from address, and etc. and everything, right? In the same way, XML, we can have that XML in that kind of structure and then use that for communication. So SOAP supports only XML, it doesn't support JSON. For our example, we need one external system, right, to test. So I got one external system to test, which is reqres.in. This is a publicly available. I got this from Google. You can also Google and you can get this particular external system. So to call this external system, we need to do all these steps like we discussed in the previous slides. First step, authorization. So this is a publicly available API where it does not require any authorization. So as part of this scenario, we will not be doing any authorization. Now, second step, API details. In this API details, we need to have the endpoint URL, which is this, where /API/users, and we need to mention the request method name, which is get. And for this particular API, there is no body required to send to the external system. So we are not sending anything in the body. We'll leave it blank. And finally, response. So if we send this request, then you will get all the users in the external system to us. That's what the idea is. Now the question is, where did I get all these details? As I mentioned, these details will be shared by the external system team. However, there is no such team, right? This is a publicly available API. In such cases, there will be some documentation will be there for this particular website. There will be some documentation written on this website where we can see how to call the APIs, what is the method we need to use, whether a body required or not, etc., etc. We can find all those things in their documentation or in their website. In real-time scenarios, we have a specific team where we can contact them and then they will give us the details. Finally, the last step, add external system to name credentials or remote site settings. Now we will be adding this particular URL in remote site settings, and we'll do the HTTP callout from Apex and then see how we are getting the result. Okay, let's do the HTTP callout from this Salesforce org. This is a brand new org which I created just now. So if you people want to follow along, you can create it and then you can follow. Now this is our Salesforce org from where we wanted to create a REST Apex callout. And this is the external system which I was talking about, reqres.in. Okay, inside this is some documentation. This is publicly available, but in real time, like I mentioned, you will be receiving these details from external system team, or they will be sharing their similar documentation to you, whether it is available to you publicly or it will be shared to you. Okay, so if you see, this is one particular request where it says API/users. So you can do a request and this is the kind of response that you will be getting. Okay, it says /API/users. So for the existing external API, we need to add the /API/users and we are requesting page 2. I don't think this particular parameter is required, but we'll just try to call this particular API. To do this, let's go back to our Salesforce, and before we start the HTTP callout, we should be creating our remote site settings. Okay, so let me search remote site settings here. This is where you should declare your external system API here. Okay, now let me add a new remote site setting. So we need to get this API, copy and paste. This is the remote site URL. Okay, I will paste it here, and here I will make test or Apex REST callout demo. Okay, you just need to declare. Okay, you don't need to call this anywhere. Okay, this declaration will make Salesforce that okay, we are trying to call some external system and we are declaring it. That is the only thing here. Okay, from as part of remote site settings. Now we need to do the callout. How to do the callout? We need to create an Apex class. Okay, I will open developer console and I will open in a new tab. To call any specific callout, we need to write a code. So I will create a class first. Apex REST callout demo. I'm creating class name. It's your choice. You can create it whatever name you like. And I will create one method. Okay, public static void get users from external system. Okay, and I will write a method. So here, like I mentioned, there are some 7 statements logic, right, which is a predefined one. So we need to do that. Okay, first we need to create http obj equal to new http. This is a class which needs to declare first, okay, because this is the class which has a method to send the request to the external system. Okay, now we need to create another instance for http request req and new http request. Now we have this. Now this is a request. As you can see, this is a request. In this request, we need to set some parameters. Request dot set endpoint. This is where you need to declare your API endpoint URL. So this is our API, right? So this is our API. This is our external system, right? So I'll copy external system slash, and this is the exact API that we need to copy. Okay. Remove one slash here and just remove this. This is not really required. Okay, so this is the API. I will copy paste this API in the description so that you can test it on your own. So you call this API and it should return the list of users. Next we have set the endpoint. Right now we need to set the header. So we are doing a REST callout. As I mentioned, in REST it has both ability to communicate with JSON and XML. So we will be following JSON in this one. So we need to mention that content type application / JSON. Okay, this is again a predefined one. Okay, now we need to mention about the request method. So request dot set method. So like we have seen, there are 5 methods: get, put, post, patch, and delete. So as part of this external system, to get this particular data or the list of users, we need to use get method. Okay, post and for put, patch, and then delete. See, so we have different methods that you need to follow for different kind of requests. So for this particular request, we need to follow get. Now we need to set body. So request dot set body, and you can give some body. But as mentioned in this slide, this particular API doesn't require any body, so we can comment this particular line. But for any other request, you can set the body as per the documentation that it will be shared by the external system. So we are currently commenting, but in reality, you need to send some body which will be in JSON structure. Okay. Now that we are done with our request, we need to create a response. Okay. So HTTP response, and we need to create response object and new HTTP response. And now this response object is for capturing the data that will be sent from the external system. So as I mentioned, this HTTP object is the one which is responsible for sending the request, right? So this has a method called send, as the name suggests, send. So this particular object has this method to send our request to the external system. So you need to send the parameter req here. So we are sending this request to external system, and that response whichever we will be getting from the external system will be stored in this res. Okay, now we will try, if we want to display this particular response, we need to print it. So system.debug log response body, and this particular response we cannot directly use that, so you need to have a method called get body. So this is where the response body will be available. Okay, now we are done with our Apex class. Let's save it out, and no bugs. So we have defined this in the remote site settings, and we are done with the callout. Now we just need to call this particular method. So this method is having this callout. So how to call this logic? As this logic is in this method, if we call this method, then we will be able to do the callout. Either you can create LWC where you can call this method, or you can have any other way, that any other button and then call this method. It's your wish, but in this case I'm just calling this method from execute anonymous. So debug and click on execute anonymous window. Now to call this method, we need to use the class name dot method name. So class name dot, and we'll use this method name, and open close, and let's click on execute. There should be some log coming up. Yes, so you click on that log. There is a lot of log information. You click on debug only,
And you see the response body is having page 1, total pages 2, and in this is the data. You see data where it has lot of data like id1 with email, first name George, and if I scroll to the right for id2 there is first name Janet, and you see the values were cut off because this is a large sentence without any spaces. Hence, if you want to see the entire information, there are a couple of ways. I will use open raw log. You see, if you click on open raw log and if I scroll down, you will be seeing the entire information. Scroll to the right, ID2, first name Janet, and if I scroll to the right, ID3, first name Emma, and so on. Basically, you see a lot of information. If you want to see it in a very structural way, you can use this or like copy this JSON, and there is something called JSON beautifier or any website. Okay, there are multiple websites that will come up with JSON beautifier or formatter. You click on that and you just paste it and think. Okay, so we have the entire thing. So let's format. You see, this is the format. So ID, ID2, ID3, ID4, ID5, etc. You see, this is how you can get the data from the external system. Now we have seen get operator, right? We can use something like post also. You see, I will try to create a record. Okay, I will click on create, and if you see, the request body is expecting this format, name, authors, and job leader, whatever. You can give your own values. Okay, so you can use post method, and you need to call the API/users. It's the same API, but if you are sending the body with post method, it will create same API but different method and different body will create the record, and you will get the response something like this. Let's check that also. Okay, I will just comment it down and I will write things again. And get users, and now we'll create user. Okay, and http obj is equal to new http is the same thing, right? And I will just copy it. So in the request it's the same, and for endpoint, as I mentioned, from this API, so even the endpoint is also same, so we can use the same endpoint. Request.send endpoint, set endpoint. Now even the header is same, so let's put the header, and but the method set method is different. We want to create the user, so we need to use post as per the documentation. So now I have post and request body. So in this request body you need to give a JSON, right? So JSON is looking something like this, right? I'll just copy it here and then paste it, and you need to use a singles. You just make them in a single line. Here I will send my name Vegi Sreeknath. Okay, I will just copy this JSON, Control C, and I will paste it here. Okay, so we have our request body sent. Now finally we need to call endpoint. It's the same, right? So we'll create the response, and then finally we are sending this with this request. This is the request. We need to capture the response, so we'll capture the response. Okay, let's see how this is working. I will save this first and open execute anonymous. It's the same method as we have commented it. Get users will not be called now. It should create this user. Let's see, the expected output is, where is that expected? Yeah, here, the name, job, and ID, and the created date. So let's try it out. So execute, and if I go to the logs, response body, name Vegi Sreeknath, ID 861, created on 22nd September with so and so time. Okay, so this is how creation can also be done. If you want, you can try with put, patch, delete, whatever. Okay, now this is how you can do callouts from Salesforce to external system. Hope the concept is clear. Okay, it's the same concept, it's the same number of lines, it's the same kind of lines that you can do for any kind of callouts. And that is it with scenario 1. See, pretty easy.
Things we have learned as part of this scenario. Basic HTTP callout. Like I have mentioned, the HTTP callout example that we have seen is a kind of template, and we can use it for any number of times. So we can just learn once and then we can use it any number of times. basic JSON structure. So in the HTTP callout, we have seen, so as you have seen, the response that we have got is kind of list of users where it has the JSON structure within the parenthesis. Now, the other thing is types of integration, outbound or inbound. Like we have seen in this scenario, we have two different of communications. One is outbound, the other one is inbound. Outbound is something which Salesforce initiates the call. Inbound is something external system initiates the call. And remote site settings. This is something which Salesforce has to do when it is doing outbound integration. When it is doing an outbound integration, we need to define the endpoint of external system in Salesforce. That's what remote site setting is. Endpoint URL is nothing but address of external system. We also have seen request methods. We have used get in our example, but we have multiple methods: get, post, put, patch, and delete for getting the record, inserting the record, updating the record, and deleting the record. I call this as a cheat sheet where we will have different kind of scenarios and we'll see what kind of solutions that we can apply for each of the scenario. For our scenario which we just completed, when Salesforce needs to call external system and if the response is needed from the external system and if coding is allowed and if the external system supports REST, then we can choose Apex REST callout option from Salesforce in this kind of scenarios. So in future, in your requirements, whenever you see this kind of requirement, you can opt for Apex REST callout. Scenario number 2. Nice. I understood how to call external system using Apex REST callout. You were mentioning about REST and SOAP too. How we can do the same callout using SOAP. And also how REST and SOAP are different. Before I tell you how to do the same callout in SOAP, let's understand the difference between REST and SOAP. So let's go back to the same pizza restaurant example. Let's say you went to Domino's and in this restaurant there are two type of waiters. One is a human waiter, the other one is a robot waiter. In some restaurants where there will be robot waiters where it will take your order and then give that order. You see, something like this. Let's understand the characteristics of each of these waiters. So if you call human waiter, then it is easy to interact with, of course, and there is a possibility that he knows more than one language. Of course, he is a human and he is lightweight. Lightweight in the sense comparatively with robot, he is lightweight where he can walk between the tables easily, and he is faster for the same reason, of course, and he doesn't remember your previous orders made, right? Let's say I have come yesterday and I have came today, and of course he will not remember any of the orders that I made yesterday, correct? When it comes to robot, you will be given a manual or like you will be given some instructions how to operate, correct? And of course, robots knows only one language and it is heavyweight. Of course, it has multiple trays. It could weigh more than a human. Of course, because of this design, it may not travel as fast as human between the tables. And finally, as this is a robot, it logs every order. Hence, it remembers all your past orders. Now, if we could map human and robot with REST and SOAP, human could be considered as a REST, a robot waiter could be considered as a SOAP. So as I mentioned, human could know more than one language. In the same way, REST could know two languages for sure, which is JSON and XML. It can transfer data with JSON structure or with XML structure. But with SOAP, it will support only one language, which is XML. And REST is stateless and SOAP is stateful. What does that mean? Let's say you have made one request previously. REST will not remember that request in the next transaction. But in SOAP, SOAP has the ability to remember your previous transaction. That's called stateful. So when to choose REST and when to choose SOAP? So for REST, the primary criteria is if your target system supports only REST, then you don't have option. You definitely need to go ahead with REST integration. For example, if you go to any store, let's say there are some card transaction issues that are happening in the store, then obviously store owner will say he will only accept cash, right? If he only accepts cash, even though you have card, even though you have cash, even though you have UPI, etc., you only need to pay cash, right? In the same way, if your target system supports only REST, you definitely need to go ahead with REST integration. And of course, REST is fast, like our human waiter. If you need faster transactions, then also go for SOAP. And REST APIs are easy to develop. So if you want to build any API using REST, so you can go ahead with REST integration. Now coming to SOAP, if your target system supports only SOAP, then go for SOAP. And SOAP is very secure. If you need secure transactions like finance transactions that needs to be done, then choose SOAP integration. And finally, stateful transactions. Like we discussed in the previous slide, if you want your previous transactions to be remembered, then use stateful transactions. 90% of the real-time scenarios will always follow REST. The primary reason is they are faster in transactions, and of course many systems will support REST. For SOAP, the common use case is for secure transactions, and there are many legacy systems which are having SOAP APIs that were built. So if you want to communicate that legacy systems also, you need to use SOAP. Hope the concept is clear. And finally, we need to know the full forms of REST and SOAP also. REST, representational state transfer, and for SOAP, simple object access protocol. Now that we have understood the difference between REST and SOAP, to do the same callout that we have done previously with REST, now we are gonna do with SOAP. So when we are doing with SOAP, as we have discussed with that robot waiter, you will be given a manual, correct? In the same way, whenever you need to integrate an external system with SOAP, you should be having a manual with you. Who will give that manual? That manual will be given by external system, and that manual name is called WSDL file, WSDL. Full form is Web Service Description Language, but you can remember as WSDL file or WSDL file. As I mentioned, this is a kind of manual, or it could be instructions, or you can call that as a dictionary or whatever. But this WSDL file will have how you can communicate from Salesforce to external system. Now, what you need to do for doing this SOAP callout. Now, get WSDL file. So of course, external system will give it to you. Now, upload WSDL file in Salesforce setup. Upload. I will show you how. As I mentioned, this WSDL file will have everything to know how to operate and call the external system. So this WSDL file, as soon as you upload into Salesforce, it will create some classes. These classes will have the method. You see, Salesforce generates methods from WSDL file that calls external system. So that classes will have some methods. Those methods will have code to call the external system. You just need to call this method, okay? Because this method itself is calling external system. So if you call this method will call the external system method. Simple. If we are calling an external system which is having an authentication, then you need to call the authentication method first, which will be there in the same class. Then you need to call the actual service. Now if we compare this with any real-time use case, then getting a WSDL file is nothing but finding a Zomato or Swiggy or Uber Eats app. Upload WSDL file is nothing but install that app in your mobile. And Salesforce generate methods from WSDL file that calls external system, right? After you install that app, your mobile now has the app installed and it's supporting files in your phone memory, correct? Now call authentication method or call actual service method. Now you need to log in for the first time and then order the food via the application provided option. It will have different options where you can order food. It's as simple as that. In REST, API details like endpoint URL, method, sample request, or the response will be given by the system which is offering the services, right? The external system will give you. In the same way, this time external system will not give those details to you like that. It will give you as a WSDL file, okay? The extension of that file is also .WSDL, okay? So you need to get that file before you start your integration. Now for our scenario, let's try to do the callout to external system. But this external system is a service that gives park names for any given country. Let's say from Salesforce, if I pass Australia, then it should return the famous park names that are in Australia and send that response back to Salesforce. If I give USA, then it should give the respective park names in USA. Okay. In this scenario, Salesforce calls external system by passing country name, and external system gives famous park names available in that country. Now that there is no external system team, so I have downloaded some WSDL file which is offering this service. So let's take that file and then put it in Salesforce. Let's get back to Salesforce to do the SOAP callout. To do the SOAP callout, we need WSDL file, right? Like we have discussed. So to download that WSDL file, I will be going to a trailhead, Salesforce trailhead. I will be pasting this link in the description so that you can come to this page directly. And if you scroll down in the hands-on challenge section, you will be seeing it generate a class using this WSDL file. Okay, download that file first. Now the file has been downloaded. We need to upload this file in Salesforce. Okay, so we'll go back to home, and if we go to Apex classes, so this is where you need to upload your WSDL file. Okay, sectional system has provided you WSDL file. Now you need to generate classes using that WSDL file. So in this Apex classes, you would be seeing this button, generate from WSDL file. Okay, you need to click on this generate from WSDL. You need to select the file that you have downloaded. So select your file now, and select your file and click on parse WSDL. So it will ask you to give some name, so you can have the same name or you can change the name. So for now I'm leaving this name. Okay, and click on generate Apex code. So if you see, we have uploaded that file and it is trying to create Apex classes for us. Now click on generate Apex code. Now it has created two classes, Park services and async park services. Park services is something, it will be a synchronous call, and async park service is asynchronous call. In this scenario, we'll go ahead with the park services class. Okay, click on done. And now you see park services class has been created. You click that class, and this is the class where it will have a method where it will have the endpoint URL, and you have the method where you can call the external service and you get the response. So if I scroll to this method or this class, you see this is the class, public class park services, and inside there is another inner class which is by country, and there is another class parks IMPL port. Okay, in this, if you can observe, this is the endpoint URL. You see, this is the endpoint URL, and here you have another method called country. You see, by country, and it is expecting a string parameter. So you see the name says by country and it is expecting your parameter. So you need to call this method and pass your country, and you should be getting the park names in this country. So as soon as you call this country, it will make the request to the external system, and you will get that. You see, this is where it will invoke the external callout. You see, callout.invoke. So this is actually doing an external callout, and then you will be getting a response. So that response will be returned to your method. Okay, so now the point is we need to call this method from anywhere. So you can create LWC and then call this method. So in this scenario, we'll be directly calling this method from execute anonymous. Okay, so this is a method inside a class, but this is inside another class, right? So you need to call this method now. So let's see how we can call this. Let me open developer console, and let me open execute anonymous, and here we need to call that method, right? So to call that method, this is the top level class dot inner class. We need to create an instance for that. Okay, let me create park obj equal to new. Let me put that same. So basically we are creating an instance for this inner class, and now you need to call the actual method by country. So you have created instance for this particular inner class, right, by using this. Now you need to call that method by object dot that method. So now if I pass a country, so let me pass Germany. Let's see the response. So you will be getting some response, right? So that response is of type list of, you see, this is the method that we are calling. So it will return list of strings. Basically it will return list of parks. That's the reason list of strings. So let me put that in string array or list of string park names. So we are calling this by country method under this class by sending parameter Germany. Okay, the return value will be stored in park names. Let me print out that park names. System.debuglog park names from ext system park names. Okay, let's try to execute it. Click on execute. In the previous section, in the previous REST callout, we have added the external endpoint URL in our remote site settings, right? In the same way, we need to do for SOAP callout also. It's the same process. Okay, let me copy this. So this is the endpoint, right? Even in this class also, it is mentioned that. So this is the endpoint which is doing the actual callout. So let's try to add this particular endpoint in our remote site settings. Copy. You don't need to do entire API till .com. Okay. Copy, and let me open remote site settings. So call out and save. And let's try to do the call again. Okay, so click on OK and try to click on execute again. Now you should be seeing another log. You see the log and it is success. Let us check whether we got our result. So click on debug only and you see there are 3 parks in Germany. I'm guessing these are famous parks. Let us try to give another country, India, and let me check execute. And another one, so let me click on this and click on debug only and you will be seeing 3 more parks here. See, and so for your information, this particular WSDL file will not take every other country. I have done some trial and error methods and I have seen there are 2 countries that are already matching, so I given these 2 for testing. You could try for some other countries. As I mentioned, it will not work for every other country. Okay, this is how you can do an SOAP call out to an external system. So if you have observed for the first scenario or the second scenario, we have directly called the service. We did not do any authorization. That will come in the upcoming scenarios. But so the takeaway from these 2 scenarios are you should be able to call out the external systems by using both SOAP and REST. See, this is more easy than the REST call out. First step, get WSDL file from external system team. Second step, upload WSDL to generate classes and methods. And third step, add endpoint URL in remote site settings. 4, authorize, call authorize method. 5th, call actual service method. In our scenario, this was not applicable for our scenario because the external system doesn't have any authorization required. Okay, because that's a publicly available API. That's it. So we have learned many concepts so far, like outbound integration, inbound integration, what is callout, what is API, what is REST, what is SOAP, what is WSDL file, etc. Right? Let's do a knowledge check. So first question, external system sends data to Salesforce. External system initiates the call. What type of integration is it? Is it outbound or inbound integration? People who want some more time can pause this and then go for the answer. And the answer is inbound integration. Like we have discussed earlier, it is about who initiates the call. If Salesforce initiates the call, we are doing a call out. So Salesforce is calling out to some external system requesting something or sending something. That is called outbound integration because Salesforce is sending out some information, asking out some information. But if external system initiates the call, we are getting something inside to Salesforce, right? A request is coming inside the Salesforce or data is being sent inside the Salesforce. So that is called inbound. So in this case, it is external system initiates the call. So we are getting something into Salesforce. So it is inbound integration. Now next question. Salesforce calls external system to insert some data. Salesforce initiates the call. What type of integration is this? The answer is outbound integration, because Salesforce initiates the call to external system. Now third question. Salesforce calls external system using Apex. What is it called? So Salesforce is doing a call to external system. What this process is called? This process is called call out. Even for the previous question, we have seen Salesforce calling external system. It's an outbound integration or calling out to an external system. That is what is called call out. Let's check the next question. System that provides services will host the API. Any other system can call this API to access services. True or false? We have discussed this and the answer is true, because whenever one system is calling another system for getting some services, the other system should provide the API or should have the API so that the other system can contact this API, because API is like an contact person for this external system. Any external system which is not having any API, that system cannot be called. They are called standalone systems. So we need APIs where services are being hosted. Salesforce also has some APIs. With that APIs, any system can call Salesforce. Okay, so any system that is providing services will host the APIs. And next question, REST support which of this format for communicating with external system? JSON or XML? And the answer is both. So REST supports both the languages JSON and XML. SOAP supports only XML. Just remember that, okay? REST is more intelligent in terms of learning languages. Things we have learned as part of this scenario. First one, WSDL file. So we have seen how WSDL file will look like, where it will have endpoint URL and we'll have the services, and we'll see how the authentication will be done. As soon as you upload that WSDL file in your particular Salesforce environment, you also have seen how it will generate the classes and all, right? And by using this WSDL, we also have seen how SOAP callout can be done by calling the methods inside that class which were generated due to that WSDL file, right? And we also have seen basics of REST and SOAP, where the differences primarily contain REST with fast and easy transactions and SOAP with heavy and secure processing. And we also have seen REST supports both XML and JSON, and SOAP supports only XML. Let's get back to our cheat sheet. So as per our current scenario, when Salesforce calls external system, and if the response is needed and coding is allowed, and if the external system supports only SOAP, then we can choose Apex SOAP callout. Whenever you get this kind of future requirements, then you can opt for this particular Apex SOAP callout. Scenario number 3. Call Salesforce from external system using standard REST API. Awesome! I understood how Salesforce calls external system with REST and SOAP. Now I want external system to call Salesforce to retrieve Salesforce accounts. How to achieve it? Okay, let's check it out. So we need to understand whether it is inbound or outbound. In your case, you want to call Salesforce from external system. So external system will initiate the request for account data. As external system is initiating the request where Salesforce is getting something in, this is considered as an inbound integration. So when someone asks what kind of integration you are doing, you need to mention that this is an inbound integration that we have done from external system to Salesforce for account data. We can achieve this requirement by using standard REST API. As the name suggests, this is a standard API, which means Salesforce has some inbuilt APIs, which means we really don't need to create anything, any code. It's just existing APIs. Only thing is we need to know how to call these APIs. That is what this scenario is about. So we are doing an inbound integration with standard REST API. Now let's see golden rule. For any insert, delete or update or query operations on any Salesforce object, it could be standard object or custom object, Salesforce offers APIs, standard APIs, no code, which means no code. Do not write any custom APIs or custom code for this kind of scenarios. If any external system wants to do these operations that I have mentioned here, then you can leverage standard APIs. These APIs are available in both REST and SOAP calls. If external system supports only SOAP, they can call SOAP API. If the external system supports REST, then they can call our REST APIs. So things to do for callout. In our previous two scenarios, we have done REST and SOAP callout, where these are the steps that we have followed, right? First step is authentication. Of course, in our previous two scenarios, authentication was not required because they're public APIs. And we got these API details from the external system, and we have called the external system using these API details. And for that, we have used name credentials to let Salesforce know that we are calling so and so external service, right? We have added those details in remote site settings. Now for things to do for call in or inbound. So this is our scenario where we need to get external system coming into Salesforce requesting some accounts, correct? So what are the things that we need to do for this one? Step 1, we need to create a user for external system and share it with them. So as soon as you create a user for them, they will get an email to verify the account where they need to set the password, correct? So we'll have the username, they will have the username and password. And next step is we need to share our API details. Like I mentioned, Salesforce have some APIs, standard APIs, where we can share that endpoint URL, and we need to let them know whether it is get or post or put or patch or delete. And we need to ask them we need to let them know this is the request that this standard API is expecting, and this is the response that this Salesforce standard API will send back to you. On top of it, so this we will see how we need to share that. I will show you how to get these details and then how to share with them. Okay. And finally, creating a connected app. Remember, we need to create a connected app whenever we wanted external system to call Salesforce. Don't forget, like we are creating remote site settings or named credentials in Callout, we need to create connected app for call-in or inbound. Okay, so when we are creating a connected app, it will generate client ID and client secret. These are also the details that we need to share with them along with username and password. So by using this username, password and client ID, client secret that will be generated from this connected app, we need to share with them so that by using those details, they can authenticate with Salesforce. Let's see how standard REST APIs will look like. So this is a sample endpoint URL for querying account data. You see, first part of it is basically Salesforce domain address, something like https dot some sfdemo.my.com.salesforce.com, right? And the second part slash, always REST API start with services slash data slash and the version number and subject slash the object name. If you are querying, if you are calling account object, it will be account. If it is contact, if it is, this is contact. If it is custom object API, that API name will be there here, custom object underscore C, whatever it is. This is ID of an account. So if you are providing the ID of an account, then it will retrieve the data of that account. The first part is Salesforce domain address and second part is service required, which is responsible for querying account. Now I think we have our endpoint URL ready. Now, so we have this URL ready and this is get. So we are trying to get something from Salesforce. So the method is get. So the request method is get. So we need to give this detail and this detail to external system. Request body. So what we are requesting? We are requesting account data. Which account? We are giving an account ID here in the URL itself. As we are giving account ID in the URL itself, there is no need of providing request body because this is not mandated because you are providing the ID already here. Okay. If you call this endpoint URL with this request method, then the expected response is it will return whatever fields that are available in this account object. Okay, after I have done these steps like create user for the external system, have standard API details ready, of course this is something which is already ready, and create connected app, to whom? To which external system we need to share these details? And how can we do unit testing for this? Very good question. So let's say you have your API and you were sharing these details to external system, but how you will make sure that this is working, right? Unless and until they test it, we don't know whether it will be some issue with their system or not, whether it is issue with our API or not. So we need to do our unit testing also, right? So how? Salesforce is getting called from external system for requesting some account data. So instead of external system to test, we will test using an external tool called Postman. You would have already heard of it. Postman is kind of tool which is used for testing any APIs. Okay. As we cannot log into external system, we have to do our unit testing with Postman. This exactly works as like a proxy external system. If our API works with Postman, then it should work for external system also. If they say that it is not working, we can show them demo in the Postman and then say that this is how it is working. And still if it is not working with external system, then it is problem with external system. They have to clear that issue up and then call our API. Now we need to know how to call Salesforce APIs. Before calling, they need to authenticate it, right? So how you will access Gmail or Outlook? By providing username and password, right? How you will access LinkedIn? By username and password again. But when you need to call Salesforce from an external system using APIs, you need to authenticate first. So when you are authenticating, username and password are not enough. You also need to provide client ID and client secret. In our previous slides, I was mentioning about connected app, right? So when we are creating connected app, client ID and client secret will also be created. Okay. So those also needs to be shared with external system. By using this username, password, client ID and client secret key, they should be able to authenticate first. And then they should be able to call the actual service like getting the account or creating the account or updating the account, etc. This method of accessing Salesforce is called OAuth. Okay, OAuth. And golden rule number 3. Salesforce supports OAuth 2. It's second version of OAuth. For any external system to call Salesforce, they must use OAuth, which means username, password. Of course, I missed password here, and client ID and client secret. OAuth is industry standard for authenticating systems. Let's see how OAuth works. How usually one system access another system. External system 1 is having account data and external 2 wants to request that data. So they can request this, they can request like this. But when we are using OAuth 2, there should be two calls happening for the first time. First one is external system 1 has to provide username, password along with client ID and client secret key. Then Salesforce will return access token. It's like a temporary ID card. Okay. So by using this ID card, they need to ask for the second request passing this access token. Let's say they want to access that particular account. Along with this data, they need to send the access token also in the header, in the request header. I will show you how to do that in Postman. Okay. And as Salesforce sees this access token, then it will understand that okay, this external system is already authenticated, I can pass the data, and then it will return the account list or account whichever it is requested. This token is usually valid for 1 hour. Any subsequent call, let's say external system wants to do a create operation now, then immediately it can request the third request by sending the same token. So the subsequent request that external system 1 can send it to external system 2 can be done during that 1 hour of time, because that is the time it is valid. That is the time till that access token is valid. So this is how OAuth 2 works. Let's start with the demo. Like we have seen in these slides, we need to create a user for external system, right? But in this scenario, I will be using my system admin credentials for this testing. Hence, I will not be creating any user for this. But in real-time scenarios, you need to create a user for external system. You need to share that username and they will be receiving the password link, right? They will be setting that password. Okay. For APIs, whenever we are talking about APIs, along with password, we need to have security token. Password is not a simple password for API connections. Password is combination of password plus security token. Security token, what is it? So security token is something which we can set it up in my settings. So click on your username and click on settings, and you see you need to click on this icon and you should be seeing settings here. As soon as you click settings, it will open this quick find where you can search reset my security token. Click on that one and click on reset security token. You will as soon as you click on that button, you will receive this email. Now we have username. Now I know my password and I have security token. So password is equal to password plus security token in terms of API connections. Now we have user, we have password, we have security token. The next step is we need to create connected app. Let's come back to Salesforce and here you search for app manager. So click on app manager like you create any other app. You see this is new lightning app and there is something called new connected app. These connected apps are exclusively used for connecting Salesforce with external system. So external system can communicate only if there is a connected app for it. Okay. So click on new connected app. I will give some name, Postman connection, and it will have API name automatically populated. Here I will be giving an email. And if I scroll down, I should be seeing enable auth settings. Carefully observe this. Click on this one. Then it will ask you the kind of access that you want to give. Select full access and click here. And in callback URL, once the authorization is done, to which link it has to redirect to. At this point of time, do not stress much on it. You can just enter https salesforce.com. Just give that, okay? And click on save. Now, as soon as you click on save, it takes some time to activate that connected app. And if you see, there is something called consumer key and consumer secret. This is where you will find our client ID and client secret, okay? So let's click on manage consumer details. So we have consumer key and consumer secret. Let me copy these details at one place so that when we are doing the actual connection, it will be easy for me to get it. So username, password plus security token. Security token is nothing but this one. Now client ID, copy this, and client secret, copy and paste it here. So we have all our details copied at one notepad. Okay. Now we are done with creating connected app. What is the next step? We need to have our standard APIs ready. Okay. Where you can get it. So ideally I have shown in the slides. Those APIs are available in Salesforce documentation. You can just mention records, REST API Salesforce. You can click on working with records. In here you see for create record, update record, delete record, and get values from standard object record. I will click on this one. And you see this is the API. I'll just copy, paste it here. I made it little simplified. Okay. So we have our API ready. Now we need to share these details to external system. like we have discussed, there is no external system. We will take Postman as external system at this point of time, and we will test our API. Okay, so we need to have our Postman now. Where is Postman? You can just search Postman Salesforce. You can download Postman or you can use it online also, but you need to sign up first. So I will sign in. Click on sign in. Once you sign in and you come to the same page, now you will be seeing launch Postman. So click on launch Postman. You can also use this tool or you can download it also. Both are pretty much same. Tool will have more advanced features. Before we initiate call from Postman, let's come back to this slide. This slide shows how OAuth2 makes one system access the other system. So first there should be request one, which is for authentication so that it will return access token. Using that access token, we should be calling the actual service, in this case getting of account, and Salesforce will return that account, correct? Now, which means external system has to hit first authorization API, which means there should be one authorization API. So far we have seen APIs for account creation. In our previous slides, we have seen APIs for get account, insert contact, update as such, right? This is another authorization API that is used for authentication. So to hit this API, external system has to send username, password. Password is combination of password plus security token, client ID and client secret. Then access token will be returned. So we need to first hit the authorization API. Let's do this. First, we need to call Salesforce Authorization API by passing our client ID, client secret, correct? So to do that, we need to click on new and then click on HTTP. Now here you need to give the Authorization API URL where you will get this. There are two ways. First thing is the hardware. I will just show you Authorization URL Salesforce. You can type it, and then the first link you should be seeing Auth API, Authorization API basically. So this is our guide. So you need to copy this and then you can paste it, and you need to fill up your client ID, client secret here. Or there is another way. There is something called curl command, which I will copy paste in the description. But if I click on import and if I give that curl command, you see curl command is nothing but curl, and you are giving the same API I was showing, right? And I'm also passing grant type is equal to password and giving client ID, client secret, etc., etc., right? So I will click on import collection. This is a sample data. So this is our authorization API. By importing that curl command, all these values will be auto-populated. You see, in headers you will be seeing one parameter, and in body you will be seeing almost grant type, client ID, client secret, all these values, right? All these values are auto-populated because we have imported curl command. So we have our URL. So our URL is correct. As mine is a developer org, I could use login.salesforce.com, or I can use this URL in here, okay? But I will use login.salesforce.com. In your case, either you can use login.salesforce.com. If it is sandbox, you need to give test.salesforce.com, or it is safe to use demo1. Whatever your domain name is, you can just copy paste and put it here till here, okay? Now we need to provide our client ID, client secret, username and password. As I mentioned, these are sample data which I got it from Google. So I need to replace with our client ID, client secret key, username and password. So let's go back here. So my username is this. Let me go back here, put it here. Grant type is password. Client ID is this. Client secret, copy again, paste, and password and security token. Password is nothing but password plus security token. My security token will be in my email. I will just copy and paste it. So to call the authentication API, we need to pass all these as parameters, and we have added all of them, and the method is post. And if we click on send, this should call authentication API in Salesforce. Let's see. Once it hits the Salesforce, it should return back access token to us, okay, which is like a temporary ID card for us. So click on send, and it says invalid grant and authentication failure. So in any new orgs, for existing orgs you will not face this error, but any new org, if you are facing this, there is a setting in Salesforce which you need to enable. Okay, so you need to go to home and search for auth and openID connect settings. In here you need to enable allow OAuth username and password flows. Make it on, and let's go back to Postman and again click on send. Now you should be receiving access token now. See, and hola, you got your access token. Now first step is done. You got your temporary ID card. Now you can use this temporary ID card and go to that Salesforce building and then access every API that you wanted. Now that we got the access token, so we have requested it and we got the access token, right? Now we need to make the actual request to call the account API where we need to pass this access token so that if that account exists in the Salesforce, it will give back that account. Let's see how we can do that. Now let's try the second request. So we need to click on new again here, and here you need to paste our standard REST API for account. Okay, so we already copy pasted it in our text file where you can get this, where it has domain name and services /data /object and account ID. So you need to copy paste that URL here, and you also need to pass the authorization data. So this is one way, but there is a second way also. Let's go back to the same documentation that we have taken it from. Let me type records REST API Salesforce and working with records. And if I go to get field values from standard object records, you see there is a curl command. You can use this curl command so that all the things will be populated for you. And if I go to Postman again, and here I will import. Here you need to type your curl command. You can change the values if you want, but here first import it. And it has created things for you see. So let's check each of these component here. First thing is domain name. So you can actually type login.salesforce.com, or in a better way you can go back to your previous where you got the access token. You can copy paste the instance URL from here directly. Okay, so if your login.salesforce or test.com will not work, then you need to use this. So get, yeah, you see, we got our login URL, we got our domain URL populated. Now services /data /version /sobject /account, and you need to provide account ID. So if I go back to home Salesforce, I have one account ID. I will just copy paste this account ID and paste it here. Now I have account ID. If I only need to get these two fields, I will put this in my parameters. But if I want every field which is having some value, I just need to take this out so that it will get me the account details with all the fields. Okay. Now we have our URL or endpoint URL ready. Now if I go to authorization and headers, see authorization parameter is populated and it is asking me to give the access token, bearer space token. This token you need to populate with the access token that we have received in your previous request. So copy this access token and paste it exactly in the second request, and in the bearer token paste it here. Now our authorization is ready. So now we have given our access token in this request, and we are also requesting account API with this ID. So if any record is found with this ID, then it should return that account details. Let me click on send. Not found request resource does not exist, saying that there is no such API exists in Salesforce. The reason could be we have given the domain right and the syntax is right. So the only possibility is it could be version issue. So let's reduce the version to 61. From 62 we are reducing it to 61. Let's try it again. Click on send. Again we got an error, provide external ID field does not exist or not accessible. So this is a Salesforce ID. Definitely this ID is there. So this is 18 digit ID, right? Let's change it to 15 digit and click on send. And now you see you got this data. So we have requested it and we got that ID is deleted false, name is equal to Burlington Textiles, type customer direct. It will display all the fields. I'll just show you. It will display all the fields from that account. You see all the fields you got it. So this is how you can call Salesforce APIs. So when an external system wants to call Salesforce like this, you need to tell them that, okay, this is how you need to call Salesforce. You can give this URL for authentication API and you need to tell them that these are the parameters that you need to pass. Then you will be receiving an access token. Then again, you need to write a second request, which you need to call for this URL and you need to pass the authorization. You need to pass authorization with bearer token. Then this is the result that you will receive. You can let them know by giving these details, or you can show a demo to them in Postman saying that, see, this is working. So this way you and external system will be on same page that your APIs are working. Nice. We have standard API for querying data. Do we have any such API for inserting data in Salesforce? Yes. Like I mentioned, We have API for creating the record also. You see only the endpoint URL changes. First part is same, Salesforce domain address, and second part data/version as objects and account, and you are not giving any ID because you want to create something. But in the request body, you need to mention account name and whatever fields that you want to give. These field names should exactly match with the account object field names. So you have the URL for create. You need to do the request method as post. For create, your request method will be post. You should not use get. Get is for querying data. Post is for inserting the data. So you definitely need to pass the request, and you will be returned with the record ID that got inserted in Salesforce. For account, this is the endpoint URL, same URL with account at the end. For creating contact is the same URL except contact will be there at the end, and for opportunity it will be same URL, opportunity at the end. Now let's try to create an account using standard REST API. So in this request, we already got access token from this request, right? So we can use the same access token in our new request. So first request it is access token. Second request we are doing the actual request to get an account. Third request we are trying to create a new account using the same access token. We can use this access token for an hour. After 1 hour this will get expired. Then again you can send it and then new access token will be generated, and use that new access token again in your new request. Okay. Now let's try to create a new request for creating an account. So where is the API? So how can I find the API for creating an account? Like we have seen in slides, you can directly get it from slides, or we can go to the same page, same documentation where we can get create record, and there is a curl command again. So let me copy this curl command, and it is expecting a body where you need to provide name and details, right? This is what we have seen in slide also, the body. So let's copy this curl command. Let's go back here, and I will click on import, and I will just copy paste this, you see, and click on import to collection. Now we got this new, and this is inserting a record will be a post request method, and you need to copy paste the domain, and let's take each one of them. So get that domain name. So we'll go to this and just copy paste this domain like we have done in our previous request, and we need to reduce the version because 62 version did not work for our previous, so we need to reduce this, and the subjects and account. And in authorization, we need to provide a bearer and a token. So in this token, we need to copy paste our access token. We can use the same access token. This may not have expired yet. So if we go here and then copy paste that token here, now we have given bearer token. Let's go to body. In this body, you need to provide our parameters. So let me give name. So this is a JSON. So REST accept JSON, right? So I will give testing standard REST, and I will give one more parameter, website www.rest supports JSON and xml.com. Okay. Now I will click on send. I think we are done. We have given the API name for creating record and given the method which is pre-populated, and we have given the body of creating account, and we have given the access token also. Let's click on send. We got an error, double quote. So my bad. This should be double quotes. Let's quickly do that. Double quote, double quote, double quote, and click on send. And you see there is a record ID that we got it as a response. Let's check if it really created a record in Salesforce. Copy that ID, paste it, and voila. See, you see the account got created, testing standard REST, and the website REST supports JSON and XML. See, this is how you can call standard REST API to create an account, create a contact or opportunity, whatever you want. Wonderful. If you don't mind, can I ask, do we have any such API for updating data into Salesforce? Yes, of course. Like we have it for get and for create, we also have it for updating the record. So here if you see, it's the same URL for account. You need to pass the account ID, but in our get we did not pass the body, but here you need to pass the body. So whatever fields that you have kept here will be updated in the backend. So this is the account, and you want to update this account ID, and you can provide the field names, and as soon as you send this request, then it will update the record. The request method is patch here. That's the only difference. For updating account, you need to pass account and the account ID. For updating contact, you need to pass contact and contact ID. For update opportunity, you need to pass opportunity and opportunity ID. Request body should be having the field and field names, and the request method is patch. Now let's say in our previous scenario, we have done post operation to insert this data, right, where this account ID has been given to us. So now account will be created with name test standard rest, correct? Now we want to update this particular account. So where we wanted to update this account, we need to pass the URL adding our account ID here. This is the account ID we got from the previous response, right? We'll put it here, and in this message request body, along with in the name, we'll add testing standard rest updated. Earlier it is testing standard rest, here it will be testing standard rest updated. Now as soon as you send this request with request method patch, this particular record will get updated in Salesforce and the name changes to testing standard rest updated. Now let's try to make an update request to standard rest API. Okay. Now before we do it, let's rename this thing so it is easy for us to, it is easy to understand. Rename it is auth API, and here it would be get API, and this will be insert API, and now we are creating new. Now we are trying to create update API. So to update API, let's go back to the same documentation. There is an update record API, and here you should be seeing that curl command. And let's go back, and here let's write import and then keep it here and import to collection, the same steps. Let's rename it first, update API, and in here we will give the domain name and we'll update the IDs. Okay, from auth API we'll get the URL, domain name URL, copy paste here. Now if you see, the request method changed to patch because this is update, now it will be patch. Now we'll reduce the version number to 61 and we need to pass the account ID. So which account ID we are trying to update? We'll update the same account ID that we have created before. So copy this, paste it here, make it to 15 digit, don't forget to make it 15 digit, and in the authorization in the header, give the token with the same access token, copy, paste, and I think we are almost done. Now we need to give the body also. So in the body we need to provide the details, right? So let's give the name as, initially it was testing standard rest, right? We'll make it as updated at the end, right? So I only wanted to update name. So let's try to click on send, and we did not get any response. For update requests, we will not get any response. So as per the documentation, we will not get any response, okay, for updating the field. So let's check whether our update request really updated the data or not. Go here, currently it is testing standard rest. Let's refresh this page to see the value got updated. Testing standard rest updated. This is how you need to call update request with standard rest APIs. Let me guess. So we definitely would have another API for delete as well. Of course, your guess is right. So for delete also we have a similar endpoint URLs where you need to provide the object name and the record ID. Same for deleting the contact and same for the deleting the opportunity. Except that you're telling which record to delete, right? So there is no body required. That's the only difference. Now let's try to delete the same account that we have created. To do that, again we will rely on the documentation, click on delete record, and you should be seeing a curl again. So copy it. See, there is no request body required. It's only the URL where you need to pass the account ID. If you pass the account ID, that record will be automatically deleted. If it is for account, you need to provide account here. If it is contact, it should be contact. So we'll copy and go back to our Postman, import, paste. Now we will rename it, rename, and we'll delete API, and we need to change these values. So go to auth API and copy the domain, paste it, and reduce the version number, and account ID, you need to give this account ID, and let's change it to 15 digit. And in the headers, give it access token from auth API, copy it, paste it here, sorry, not here, here, and finally click on send. And of course, no response will be returned as per the documentation. Let's see if this API did really deleted the record or not. So go here, refresh this page, and that should give us some kind of error saying that unfortunately there is a problem. Of course, this record is deleted, hence we are getting this error. See, this is how we can call Salesforce APIs. If you see, only first time we have called authentication API, the subsequent APIs we called it using the access token. Okay, you can do that until this access token expires. So this is the way you can call standard REST APIs from external system. Either you can show these things in the demo from Postman, or you can directly give them this particular URL of documentation where the external system team can check this, and then they can call the Salesforce API, because this is open source. Basically, all these APIs and the request bodies and response expected responses are already there in this documentation. Okay. Similarly, we have standard REST API for upserting a record also. Here we will be using the same request method, which is patch. This method is being used for update also. Then what is the difference? The difference is with the URL. So it will be object name, and you need to pass an external ID. External field is nothing but there should be some field which should be marked as external field, and you need to pass that ID. Let's say you give this URL with 1111. So it will search in the account object where the external field value is equal to 1111. If it finds that record, it will update name and website values on that particular record, and it will update that particular record. Let's assume it is not able to find this particular account which is having external value as 1111. Then it will create the record and it will send the record ID. So this is how the response will be there. If it creates the record, because it is not able to find that particular record, it will respond with ID and created is equal to true in the response. If it updates the record, it will give you the ID and the response will have created is equal to false. This is how you can differentiate whether your sent data is inserted or updated. That's awesome. So we have standard APIs for insert, upsert, update, query, and delete. Yes, Salesforce is providing APIs for all these things. And let's summarize this scenario. So in this scenario, we have learned many topics. One is standard REST API. Salesforce has come up with few services which can be called from the external system. Those are insert, update, delete, query for any object. Limitation is you can only insert, update, or delete query one record for one call at the time. So if you want to insert two records, you need to call twice. Okay, that's the only limitation. So we also learned about Postman tool. This is a industry standard tool which is used for testing your APIs. For testing, this tool will call your API same as external system does. Okay. Limitation for this tool is this tool works for only testing REST APIs. For SOAP APIs, you cannot use this tool for testing. Coming to connected app. So for inbound, we have to create, for any inbound integration, you need to create a connected app in Salesforce. This setting is like telling Salesforce that, hey Salesforce, an external system is going to call us. Please create a client ID, client secret for this external system. So once we get that client ID and client secret, we need to share with the external system along with username and password. By using that, they should be able to authenticate into Salesforce. And in this scenario, we have learned standard APIs of Salesforce. Salesforce provided some standard APIs for external system to directly insert, update, delete, upsert, so and so particular standard and custom object records. And we also learned about Postman tool with which we can test all the APIs which were provided by Salesforce. So Postman tool will act as a proxy external system for us to test. As soon as we're done with our development, we can test our APIs with Postman tool, and once we are good with the results, then we will share those API details with the external system saying that, hey, these are our APIs fully tested and functional. And we also have seen how OAuth 2 works. For calling Salesforce API, we need some authentication which we can use industry standard authentication OAuth 2. In this OAuth 2, there will be two calls that will be done. First call is for authentication where we'll get access token, and second call is for the actual service like insert, update, delete or upsert. And while we are sending that request, we'll send the access token which we have received from the first request. And connected app. So you have seen how we can create connected app, which will create client ID and client secret key. Whenever you are doing an inbound integration, we need to provide client ID and client password to external system, which will be created by using this connected app. Inbound integrations needs connected app to be created. Let's get back to our cheat sheet again. So for the scenarios where external system calls Salesforce, where response is needed back from Salesforce, and if coding is not allowed, and if only REST is allowed, then we need to choose standard REST API. Why standard REST API? Because REST is allowed, but coding is not allowed. So we have standard APIs here. So in this kind of scenarios, you need to choose standard REST API. Scenario number 4. Wow, Salesforce provides ready-to-use APIs. I want to insert account, 2 contacts in one call. How we can do that in one call? Okay. First, let's try to understand whether it is outbound or inbound. Here, external system wants to insert accounts and multiple contacts in one call. So here, external system initiating the call. Hence, in this case, this is inbound because Salesforce is getting something in. So from Salesforce perspective, this is an inbound integration. Now let's understand this scenario. So with the standard REST APIs, if you want to insert one account and multiple contacts, you need to make actually 3 calls. First call is to insert account. Second call is to insert one contact, and third call to insert the another contact. So you need 3 separate calls with standard REST API. So whatever we have learned so far, if you want to apply that, then you need to make 3 calls. But as per the requirement, we need to have all these things to be inserted in one go, in one call itself. To do that, we have something called standard composite REST API. So we will be doing our inbound integration with standard composite REST API. As the name suggests, composite is something like it will actually works as a container to all the REST APIs that you want to send, and it will go in a one call. For example, so we have one request for account insertion, second request for contact insertion, and third request for another contact insertion, right? Now in this composite API, external system will send all the 3 requests in one container. This container is one request, and they will call composite API. So in Salesforce, we also have something called composite API along with account API, contact API, and other APIs. Composite API is one such API. This API will receive combination of other APIs. Okay. So we are sending the combination of other APIs in one container, and we are calling composite API. So this composite API will take all these requests in one call, and it will again do this request internally. It will make these requests internally. So it will insert one account and 2 contacts within Salesforce itself. That's how composite API works. Now let's see how we can do this calling. Like in the previous scenario, we have the user. We need to have the API details. Let's see how we. So we have the user, Salesforce system admin, and we also had connected app, which we have created for the previous scenario. And now we need to share composite API details to the external system, correct? Now how that API looks like, let's check that. So it will be pretty much similar like other APIs that we have seen. Only thing is we have seen the domain like we have seen the previous scenario, and we have services / data / version number / here we will be giving composite. In our previous scenario, it is something like sobject / account object assets, right? This service resource is responsible for creating multiple requests as one. Okay. Now whenever you are calling composite API, we need to provide this URL to the external system, and the method is always post. Okay, in this post method, you see there are multiple requests that you can give. See, in the first request, you see this is combination of 2 requests. In one JSON, we have 2 JSONs here again, right? So first one says account insertion. This is exactly the insert account API that we have seen in the previous scenario, where we are passing body as name Salesforce. So we are asking Salesforce to insert an account with Salesforce. And now we are inserting another one, we are calling another API called contact. If you see, this is contact API that we have seen in the previous scenario, where we are trying to send body as last name is equal to Vegi Sreeknath. In the same way, if we want to add one more contact, you can add it again, and that's how the composite API works. Now for this scenario, we'll again go to Postman and we'll test these things out. Welcome back to Postman. Now we need to create our composite API. So we can get that composite API URL from the slides, or we can actually go to Google and then search it. So it's the same link where you have seen create, update, and delete record, right? See, using composite resources. You can use any of these reference. I will click on this one, And if you see, there is a curl command again. Okay, so let's take this curl command, copy, and click on import and copy paste it, and click on import to collection. Now we got our request, so let's rename it to Composite API. Composite APIs are always post. Let me put that to post. First we need to change the domain name here, so let's go to authentication API and copy this domain name here and paste it here. And now we need to reduce the version to 61, and let's check the headers. So we have bearer token, so let's remove rest of it. So we just need to paste the token here, get from authentication API, get the access token. Yeah, now we have the composite API endpoint URL. We have given request method as post. We have given the authorization detail, but we also need to send 3 requests in one request, right? 3 calls in one request. So we need to create body for that. Okay, so let me select raw here, and JSON is auto selected. So we'll go back here, and if I scroll down, there is an existing sample body. Let me copy it, and then we can just paste it down here. Now it's a big body. We need to change it. Okay, so now if you see, this is a composite request where it's an array where it will have 3 requests: request 1, request 2, and request 3. So this one is post, this one is post, because they are trying to insert new contact, and it is trying to insert a junction record, and this is a patch where they are trying to update an account. So I don't want patch, I want inserts. So let me remove everything. Let me have only one request first. We'll change it according to our needs, and then we can create rest of the 2 requests. So this is post. So we have contact here. So I want contact also. So contact, and if you see the version, we need to reduce it to 61 again, and we are trying to insert a contact. So I want to insert with the name Vegi Sreeknath, and I also need to insert an account first. So copy this and paste it here on top, comma. So now we have one account. Let me change it to account, and here also account. Here we should be having name field because these are contact fields. Let me give name fields. Name will give Salesforce. So it will insert, if we send this, there are 2 requests. One is account, so it will insert an account. The other one is about inserting contact. So we have 2 requests, but I want another contact also. So let's try to add another contact. Copy and paste. This is another contact. I will give this reference ID as 2, and here contact. Instead of Vegi Sreeknath, I will give icebreaker. Okay. Now we are good. There are 3 requests out there. One is account, second one is contact, and third one is contact as well. Okay. Let's try to send this one. So click on send, and you should be receiving a response. You see 200. Okay. Let's see the response. See, in body we got account ID 001 is nothing but account ID. There is another account ID, and there is another account ID. So total there are 3 records that got created. So let's check it out. So I will go to accounts. See, there is a Salesforce record created. And if I go to contacts, there should be 2 contacts created. We need to search maybe Vegi Sreeknath. Yeah, there is one contact, right, with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and the other one with icebreaker. See, the other one. Now if you see, for this account, these 2 contacts did not get tied up, correct? So we can also do that from here. So how we can do that? So let's try to insert a different set of records. So I will create the same, I will send the same request, but we'll create new set of records. So I will send new Salesforce, and we'll give Vegi Sreeknath 1, and here I will give icebreaker 1. Now only difference is, you see there is something called referenceId. We can use them to tag one record with the other one. So here referenceId is there, right? We will use that here. So what is the referenceId? I will just name it as account ref number. Okay. Now we can use this in down below, where we can have that lookup to be populated with that reference ID number. So account ID is the field, right, where it can relate with the respective account. So here you can define, this is a formula, okay, existing formula, you can use that at the rate, and you can use that reference dot ID. If you give this, then once this reference number or like whatever record that is inserted because of this request, that will be stored here, and we are asking that value's ID to be populated in account ID. So this is how you can tag. We can do the same tagging in the below record also. Copy. Now let's check it out whether it is working or not. So let's send it. And we got 200 okay. Let's check it out. Let's change it to small ID and we'll see. Click on send. We have received 200 okay. And you see the values got populated. So my bet it is just small. Instead of capital ID, use small ID. And let's go back to Salesforce and then see if we got our records tagged. So new Salesforce is the record, and you see both the contacts are tagged to this account. So the main use cases of Composite API is we can create 200 records in one call. Another example could be creation of 5 accounts, 10 contacts and 10 opportunities, and associate each of those records with account. And we can query multiple records of different objects in one call, and you can create 5 accounts, update another 5 accounts and delete 10 opportunities in one call. It is like different operations with different request methods. So Composite API is very, very useful whenever your requirement demands any of this kind of use cases. As part of this scenario, we have learned about Composite API, which will have multiple requests in a single call. So if you need to insert multiple objects in one go, then we need to use this Composite API. It's like a container for multiple REST APIs. And one more thing, this works on REST. Let's get back to the cheat sheet again. So whenever a scenario comes where external system has to call Salesforce, which is inbound, if multiple object data to push at the same time, kind of a single call, and if the response is needed and coding is not allowed and only if REST is allowed, then we need to choose Composite API, because Composite API has the power to take multiple objects data in one call itself. Let's do a knowledge check. External system sends data to Salesforce and external system wants to insert account data. Which API is most preferred in the below? REST API, Composite API, and Apex REST API. And the answer is REST API. Why? Because in REST API, this is a standard APIs where we can insert the records, update the records, delete the records and all, right? Composite API is a container. So here is just like inserting a simple account data. So REST API will do the job. We don't really need Composite API here. And now when it comes to Apex REST API, this is something which we need to write a custom logic. We can do with that, but why we need to write a custom logic when standard API is doing the job? So that is the reason the answer is REST API. Next question. Which of the below are required for API call to Salesforce? So whenever we are trying to do an API call to Salesforce, what are the things that is required? Endpoint URL, and the next option is HTTP methods, which are get, post, delete, patch and put. And the answer is, of course, both. We need endpoint URL to call the account insertion or like account updation or whatever API we needed. And we also need to know whether we are doing put, post, get, delete, etc. Right? So that is the reason we need both. So for an API call to make to Salesforce, we need both. Next question. Which HTTP method helps to query data from Salesforce? Get, post, patch and delete. And the answer is, of course, get. In any of the case, whenever you need to get some data from external system, we usually use get request method. Next question. Which HTTP method helps to insert data from Salesforce? Get, post, patch and delete. And the answer is post. Whenever you need to insert some data into Salesforce or into some other external system also, they usually will create request method as post. So in this case, answer is post. How many records can a standard REST API can insert or update or delete for a single API call? 1, more than 1. And the answer is 1. Usually standard REST API call, whenever you want to create a record by using simple account API, then it can only create one record for one call. If you want more than one, you need to call it twice or thrice. True or false? Composite API can make multiple requests in single API call. And the answer is true. Composite API is a kind of container for multiple REST API requests in Salesforce in single call. So you can add all your API requests, REST API requests in as a multiple JSONs, and you will send it as a composite API. And Salesforce will take that as a single call, but inside Salesforce it will do multiple calls within Salesforce. But from transaction perspective, it will take as a single call. Next question. Which API to be preferred if external system sends account data but needs validation and calculations before inserting data into Salesforce? Standard REST API, Composite REST API, Apex REST API. And the answer is Apex REST API. See, you have standard APIs to directly insert an account or update an account, or you have Composite REST API to insert multiple records in a single call. But if you have some complex operations that you need to make before inserting that data, you need to use Apex REST API, because you can get that data into your code, into your Apex, and then you can do some manipulations, you can do some logics over there, and then only you can insert the record. So that control you can have it from Apex REST API. If they are very simple validations, you can do with validation rules and you can use standard REST API. But if your validations are complex, if your calculations are complex, then you definitely have to go with Apex REST API. Simple rule, if it is not happening with standard, go with custom. As easy as that. Next question. Which HTTP method helps you to upsert data from Salesforce? Put, patch, post, delete. And the answer is put. So put is used for upsetting the data, like creating or updating the data. Patch is something which is used for updating the data. Okay, so if you see, put request can create and update the data, patch just updates the data. Whenever you get confused whether it is put or patch which will do the upsert and all, this is little easy to remember. Put is smaller in word but bigger in work. So put is something to upsert the data, both create and update. So this is how at least I remember. Maybe it can be helpful for you too as well. Next, what type of authentication should choose to call Salesforce? API key or OAuth? And the answer is OAuth. To be precise, OAuth 2. So in OAuth 2, we'll do two transactions. One is for calling the authentication request, where we'll get the access token, which is like a temporary ID. And then we will make a second request to call the actual service, either to create the account, update the account, or whatever the request you wanted to. So that's how OAuth 2 works. That's how we need to call Salesforce. Next question. For inbound integration, which configuration you need to do in Salesforce? Connected app or name credentials and remote site settings? And the answer is connected app. Why? Because inbound integration is something when Salesforce is being called from external system. So external system calls into Salesforce, but for external system to call to Salesforce, we need to provide them the username, password, client ID and client secret, because that's how they will authenticate into Salesforce. So to create that client ID and client secret, connected app is the place where we'll get those details. So the answer is connected app. And next question. For outbound integration, which configuration you need to do in Salesforce? Connected app or name credentials and remote site settings? And the answer is name credentials or remote site settings. So far whatever we have seen, we have used remote site settings because there was no authentication involved for our purpose. Okay, but named credentials are super powerful. Okay, named credential being the most preferable and used in real-time scenarios. Now it's time for golden rule. So it's always a very confusing moment when to choose connected app and when to choose name credentials. So for inbound, we need to use connected app, and for outbound, we need to use name credentials or remote site settings. The easiest way to remember is by using this word called icon. I stands for inbound, C stands for connected app, O stands for outbound, N stands for name credentials. So for inbound, we need to use connected app, IC. For outbound, we need to use name credentials or remote site settings, ON. Easy, right? Scenario number 5. I got a problem. External system sends data. They want to create an account or contact. Okay. Account creation or contact creation will be decided on the fly. They will send is account equal to true or false in the request body. Please explain that clearly. External system sends data like this, where customer name is equal to Tesla, is account is equal to true. Okay, they will send JSON like this, and if it reaches to Salesforce, if the is account parameter is true, then we need to create account record in Salesforce. If in the same kind of JSON, if they send is account parameter as false, then it needs to create contact with that last name, whatever they sent it. Interesting. Before we go any further, let's try to see whether it is inbound or outbound. External system is sending some data into Salesforce, so external system is initiating the request, hence this is inbound integration. How we are going to do it? External system wants us to insert either account or contact. We have standard API for account and standard API for contact. How to use this? We cannot use standard API. I know it's a bad news that we cannot use standard API for this scenario. Why? Because let's say you send a request with this endpoint URL that we have tried inserting account, right? Let's say you send the same URL with the post method with this name as Tesla, it will insert as account, no doubt about it. In the same way, if you send a different endpoint URL for contact with the post method and send this data, then it will create as a contact. As soon as Salesforce sees this URL, it will think that it needs to create an account. It does not bother if is account is equal to true or is account is equal to false. Now let's say if you are calling this contact endpoint URL, as soon as Salesforce sees this, it creates contact. It does not bother if is account is equal to true or is account is equal to false. And at the same point of time, you cannot send two different requests. If you send these two different requests, it will create one account and one contact. These are two API called one after other. So Salesforce sees first API and creates account, and sees second API and creates contact. So standard REST API URLs defines which object is going to create or update or insert or query. We cannot change its behavior by sending a parameter like is account is equal to true or false. Oh no, now what's the solution if standard REST API not able to deal with this requirement? Yes, standard APIs will not be able to deal with your requirement. Even in composite APIs also, you need to define the URL, whether you need to create account or whether you need to create contact. So there is no way that you can do it with standard REST API or standard composite API. So let me explain the solution. So if you call account API, which is standard REST API, it will insert account. If you want to insert opportunity, you can call opportunity API, right? If you want to insert contact, you can call contact REST API, correct? If there is no API that is solving our purpose, then we need to create our own API. In this case, we will create account contact API. So we have created account contact API. You can rename it to any name, but I am using account contact API. We need to create this API using Apex. Hence, this particular method is called Apex REST API. So external systems can call this API via REST. That is the reason this is REST API. As we have created that using Apex class, that is the reason we call it as Apex REST API. So things to do for this call in or inbound. So as you have already seen, so we need to create a user for external user. I think we have that step done, and share our API details and create connected app. Share our API details. Where is the API? So we need to add one more step in this case, which is create API using Apex. So we'll create API and then we can share the details. So within this API, we can define endpoint URL and we can define the request method, and we can tell them what is the request body we are expecting, what is the response we will be giving. And of course, creation of connected app is mandatory for any call in or inbound. Now let's create this API. How you will create this API? As I mentioned, this is just an Apex class. So let's create an Apex class. So Apex REST API formula. We can learn once and use, reuse, reuse, and you can use this every time whenever you want to write an Apex REST API. So we will define a class global with sharing class account contact API. Of course, external system needs to call our class. That's the reason we are marking this as global. This looks like a regular Apex class. How do you convince me it works as an API? Really? Okay, then I need to do something about it. Okay, let me add REST resource annotation. By adding this annotation REST resource, we are letting Salesforce that, hey Salesforce, this class is not a regular class now. This is an Apex REST class now. And you see there is something called URL mapping and / account contact API. So this is the name that we have defined. So this is the API name that we will give it to the end users. So prior to this name, we need to give them some domain URL assets. We'll come to that point. But this is the actual API name. Nice. How do we listen or receive account or contact data external system sends? So whenever some class needs to be called, there should be some methods inside it, right? So we'll define a method. You can define any method name, and you need to annotate with some HTTP post or HTTP get or HTTP put or HTTP patch or HTTP delete. If you put any of these things and if they call this API, you can define different methods here. One can be HTTP post, another method can be HTTP get, another method can be HTTP patch, etc. So if they call this API and if they use request method as post, this method will be called. In our scenario, we are defining a method with @HTTP post. So our endpoint URL will be this and request method will be post. And now the actual syntax. As I mentioned, this is an Apex REST API formula. So this is a standard syntax where you need to create instances. So in our previous example for callers, we have created some syntax, right? HTTP request, HTTP response. In the same way, this is REST request, REST response. So we'll be receiving request in this object and we'll be sending the response from this object. So pass the JSON data, write your own logic, send response if there is any. In this case, not needed, because as soon as they send account and contact data, either we can just save it, or if you want, you can return account ID and contact ID back. Now, how Apex REST API looks like. So let's see, this is how an account REST API looks like, right? This is not Apex REST. This is how we used to create the account, right? This is domain address and this is actual services / data / version, objects and account. This is something which we have seen in our previous scenarios. Now Apex REST API looks very similar. Only difference is if you see the end part changes. Services / this is Apex REST. So this is what it changes first, and this is the API name that we have given on the Apex class. We have given in URL mapping, right, where we have defined a name. So that name you need to give it. So this endpoint URL you need to build up and then give it to the external system team. So our endpoint URL will look like the domain name / services / Apex REST / the API name of that REST class. And we have asked them to send post, and we will ask them to send the request body, something like this. So this customer name could be anything. If they send is account is equal to true, it will create it as an account. If they send it to false, then this customer will insert as a contact. Response, as part of this scenario, we are not sending it. Let's come back to Salesforce. Now we'll create an API, in the sense Apex class. So let me open developer console, and in here let me create a new class. So let me name it as account contact API and click on OK. Now this is the class. We need to make it global because external system will call, so global is mandatory. Now this is a regular class. Let me make it a REST class by adding REST resource annotation. Now we are making this as REST class, right? So now Apex REST is fine. Now we need to have the API. So we need to have an endpoint URL. So we can have that by URL mapping, and you can mention your API name here. Account contact API. This URL and this class name should not necessarily be same. So you can have whatever names you want for here and here. This is the API name or in the endpoint URL. So we have our class. We also told Salesforce that this is a REST class. Now, whenever we want some logic to happen, we need to put that in a method, correct? Let's create a method. So again, this has to be a global method and it has to be static. And you can add a return type or you can just give void, and I will give save account contact from external. To call this method from external system, we need to make this as post or put or get method. So we can do that by adding HTTP post annotation. Let's say if external system calls this API, and if they give request body as post, this method will be called. Whatever logic which is inside this method will get implemented. Let's say if we do the same with get and give a different name here. Now they call the same API, but if they change the request method to get, now this method will be called. You can do the same for other request methods also, like for put, patch, for delete, some name change. Okay. Now if they send request method as delete, and if they call this API, then this method will be called. So you can write your implementations accordingly. Now I don't want these two. I only want post method. to insert account or contact. So first step we need to do is creating an instance of request and response. REST request req is equal to REST context dot request. This is how you can create an instance for request. Same way you can do that for response also. REST context response. Now we have initiated the request and response. Now we need to get the body of request and we'll store it in a string. So we have this, let's say external system calls this API. With this request method, they will also send the body, right? So to save that body, we need to put a JSON body. We need to get that JSON body and we'll put it into a string. So I'll create a string and I will make it as body, and here to save that we need to have this request will have entire data. Let's say if external system does a request to Salesforce, this one will hold everything. From this you can tell which method they have called, what is the API name, what is the body that they have sent. So to get that we need to use this request dot request body will give you the body that they have sent, basically the JSON. We are asking to convert into a string here itself. So if they send customer name and they can send some text, here it could be Salesforce, and if they want to send is account, true or false. Okay, so this is how they will send. We are asking it to convert into a string here in the body. Okay, this is how you need to convert the request body into a string. Now we got our string, but this is a JSON understandable language because the string will be in this format only, but I need to differentiate or I need to get this customer name or is account. So external system will always send in JSON format. Salesforce can get this data, but to use that or to write logics, JSON is something or string is something which we cannot divide this, like we cannot divide the customer name and his account and find out the values. It is difficult. Now to do that, we need to pass that JSON into our own easily manipulated structure. Okay, we need to convert a JSON into, we need to deserialize this JSON into our own understandable structure. That structure is something like class. Okay, we create a class to hold this structure. Okay, so let me create a new class. I will call it as my JSON class. So to hold this structure, it's a pretty easy structure basically. So we can have the same structure by creating two parameters. So first one is public string. So first one is string, right? So we'll create the same name here. We should be creating the same name. And the second one is boolean, right? Is account is a boolean, so it should be boolean. And here, so we have created a structure for this JSON. It's very easy, right? If your JSON is really complex, you can search in Google, right? In Google, JSON to Apex class conversion, and you can paste your complex JSON there and it will provide you the Apex structure. You can just create a new class. So now we have a class which can hold this structure. Okay, hold this structure. Now we need to deserialize this. So to have this into this structure, to have this JSON into this class structure, we need to deserialize the JSON. So how? There is a common syntax. There is a syntax which we need to follow. Okay, so for that you need to give the class name to which it has to be done. So my JSON class, my obj equal to, you need to provide JSON dot deserialize. You need to provide the body. What you want to deserialize? I want to deserialize this body. This body is nothing but this structure into this class. So you need to mention as my JSON CLS dot class. Okay, and you also need to typecast it. So I will just put JSON CLS. Now this particular JSON which is in this body will convert into this structure and it will assign into my object. So if we can't save. Now it got saved, so which means we have done so far good. If you now you will be able to get this data properly. So if I want to find what is the customer name, now I can just use something like my obj dot customer name. It will give me the Salesforce, and the next value is my obj dot is account. See, this is how you can get it. So now we deserialize this JSON into our own understandable format. Now we were able to access that easily. Now we were able to access easily, right? So now we can write our own logic to create account or contact. So if my obj dot is account equal to true, then what I need to do? I need to create an account. ACC is equal to new account. With which name I need to create the account? My obj dot customer name. And I need to similarly else if my obj dot is account equal to false, what I should do? I should create contact equal to new contact, name equals to my contact will not have name directly. We need to use last name or first name. Last name is mandatory, so we'll use last name dot customer name. Now insert contact. And we are done with our REST API. We have created our first REST API. So first thing is initiate request and response OBJs. And here we are parse your JSON body to your own understandable structures. And finally your logic. So this usually would be same and this would be little different. So we have our API ready. Let's test this out. Now we have come to our Postman. We need to create a new API, right? So let's click on here. Let's create a new request. And I will rename it with Apex REST API. And as we have seen, we need to give the request method as post, because in this developer console, this is a post method. And now this is the API, right? We need to define the API. How we'll define API? First, we need to give the endpoint domain address. So the domain address, we can get it from here. Remove this. And here slash services, which is same as standard API so far. Now here you need to put Apex REST. So this is where we are giving Apex REST. To let understand that, we need to call it Apex REST API. Slash. Now we need to give our API name. Here our API name is account contact API. Use the same. Now we have our endpoint URL and we have given the request method also. We need to give the body now. So body has to be customer name and is account. So click on draw where JSON is selected by default. Here you can give your body. Customer name, comma, is account. I will give true, which means I'm telling to Salesforce that create Salesforce as is account is equal to true, create it as an account. Okay. So we have our body ready, we have endpoint URL ready, we have request method ready. Now we need to send the access token. So click on headers. Here we need to give authorization same as the previous one. So this is Composite API one. I'm just copy pasting it. So authorization is ready. And I will also copy paste the bearer token also. Bearer plus access token. I am thinking that this access token would have expired, but let's try it. Click on send. Session expired or invalid. So our access token got expired. As I mentioned, right, this access token is only for 1 hour. So click on authentication API. Click on send. So re-request the API again. And you got new access token. Copy this. Go to our method in the bearer. Just replace this. Yeah. Now send again. We did not receive any response, but we have received 200. 200 means success or status success. Anything starting with 200 is success. Anything starting with 400, then it will be some failure. Okay. Now let us check whether it has created a Salesforce record or not. So click on account. Yeah, you see Salesforce got created. Right. Now let's try a different body. So I will give Sreeknath or Sreeknath ABCD as a last name, and I will give his account path. So now I am asking Salesforce to create it as a contact. The same API, but it will create contact now. So click on. As you see, there is no response. Let's click here. Click on accounts. Obviously, it did not create anything in account. So let's click on contacts. It should create that. So let me check here. See, Sreeknath ABCD. It got created. So this is how you can create Apex REST API. Summarizing this scenario, Apex REST is basically an alternative for standard REST API. Thumb rule. If it is not possible with standard REST API, then blindly go ahead with Apex REST API. Very simple logic. Now, Apex REST API supports complex logics and calculations to be done before insert, update, query, or delete. See, usually this standard REST API directly inserts that record. But before inserting the record, if you need some logics to be done, and based on that logics, whether you want to insert or update or delete, whatever you want to do, then Apex REST API will come handy. And standard REST API needs exact matching of the field names. In standard API, you need to send name only. Name is equal to Sreeknath. If you send customer name is equal to Sreeknath and you wanted standard REST API to insert as Sreeknath in the name field, it will not work because names has to be exactly matching with the parameters. If they are not matching, standard REST API cannot be used. You need to use Apex REST API. Hope this is clear after we have tested this with Postman. As part of this scenario, we have learned how to write Apex REST APIs. Apex REST APIs are nothing but creating our own REST APIs when standard APIs are not doing our requirement or purpose. We will write our APIs in Apex and we will tag those Apex classes with something called @REST resource. By making Apex class @REST resource, it becomes an API. Scenario number 6. I got another problem. External system sends account data to insert. External system doesn't support REST. Okay. They're also asking WSDL file. How shall I proceed? Okay. So like we have discussed, there are two types of communicating between two systems. One is REST. The other one is SOAP. This is something which we have seen earlier, right? Where it is REST is like easy to interact and faster, and SOAP is for high secure transactions, and which if you want to remember the previous transactions, then we will use SOAP, correct? Now, if you observe, there is one point I mentioned in this slides, which is manual. Will be given a manual on how to operate, or will be given a manual how to call the system, right? As I mentioned earlier, SOAP supports XML. So these are the two things which we currently need to keep it in our mind. First one is about the manual. Second one is about XML support. Now, whenever external system wants to call Salesforce, in other terms, if Salesforce is offering services, then the system which is offering services should be providing WSDL file or WSDL file to the other service. This means Salesforce should provide WSDL file to external system in this scenario because external system wants to insert account data into Salesforce. What? I need to provide. I don't know how to get the WSDL file. How can I give it? Don't worry. In Salesforce or search API and you should be seeing WSDL file. Something like this. Search for API and here you click on it and here you should be seeing you can download WSDL files here. You can download by clicking on these links here. I see two types of WSDL here. Partner WSDL, Enterprise WSDL. Which one to choose? Not only these two, there are some other WSDLs also, but these are the primary WSDLs that you need to consider. Now, which one to choose? Enterprise WSDL or Partner WSDL? The key differences are Enterprise is strongly typed, and in other words, all the objects and fields are hardwired in WSDL. This is more specific to any org. Because they are hardwired, it is easy to write the code. And let's say any changes happen. Let's say you shared your WSDL file to external system, and after you share it, new fields or new objects that you wanted to add into your Salesforce org, you again need to download that WSDL file and share with the external system. But it is little different with Partner WSDL. They are loosely typed, and as they are loosely typed, they are easy to maintain. When I say easy to maintain, whenever there are any changes happens to new objects and new fields, we really don't need to share the updated WSDL because external system should be able to handle this Partner WSDL. The syntax of calling any object is, if there is a custom object called abc__c, you can directly create instance like you do before. Let's say any changes happens to this object, you again need to share the WSDL file back to external system. But in Partner WSDL, as this is loosely typed, instead of using the direct object, you need to use S objects everywhere. So writing code will be little tough because everywhere you need to write the code in very generic, not very specific, right? So when you write generic code, there will be a lot of extra code that you need to take care of. If you think this is too much for you to understand, there is a simple thumb rule. If you expect less changes in your fields or objects, this is the best option. Always choose Enterprise WSDL. If you expect more changes in your fields or objects, then this would be better option. In Enterprise WSDL, if the changes were less, there is no need to download WSDL file every time and then share it back to the system. So that is the reason Enterprise WSDL is best in this scenario. If you are expecting more changes, then Enterprise WSDL, it is very difficult for Enterprise WSDL because it needs to share every now and then, right? Every time a field change. Then Partner WSDL will be the best option. I expect less changes. I would choose Enterprise WSDL for my scenario. Nice. So we are going for Enterprise WSDL then. Before we go to the demo, we need to understand what are the things to do by external system. First one is to get the WSDL file. Of course, we will be providing that. We know where to get this WSDL file. Upload that WSDL file. So external system needs to upload this file in its system. And upload generates the methods from WSDL file. So once you upload it, that WSDL file will generate some of the methods. Okay. Now call authentication method. In that method, generated methods, authentication is one method. Call authentication method where you need to authenticate first by providing the username and password. Once the authentication is done, you will be receiving a token like access token we have received, right? We'll receive it. By using that, we need to call the actual service. In this scenario, we are calling the creation of record, right? So creation of a record is the actual service here. So we are talking about external system so far, right? Where is that external system? What external system that we can use? We will be using a tool called SOAP UI. SOAP UI is another tool which is a kind of postman for REST API. SOAP UI will be used for calling SOAP calls testing. Postman is being used for REST APIs testing. That's the only difference. So in this scenario, we will be using SOAP UI tool for our testing to insert the account data into Salesforce. When we upload that WSDL file in the external system, it generates some methods. That's what we have discussed, right? So there are many methods like we have it for the standard REST API to create or to update or to delete the records. We have some methods, something like create method, update method, upsert method, delete method, query method, convert lead method. This is very specific to SOAP. You see, this is a method which is not available in REST. So we can convert a lead. When a lead is converted, it will create as an account, contact, and opportunity. So this is an standard operation that we can do it in Salesforce. But from SOAP also there is such API where you can convert that lead. And we have this login method which we use it for login to Salesforce with the given username and password. And empty recycle bin is another method which is used to empty the recycle bin in Salesforce. So this, if you see this method and this method, empty recycle bin method and convert lead method are something new which are there only in SOAP API but not in REST API. And as we understood, there are methods to create records in Salesforce. Let's see how this step-by-step process works. So first step, we need to download and send this URL to the sender, which means in this case SOAP. And we also need to let them know the authentication method or URL and their username and password. Now this WSDL file will be uploaded into the SOAP system by the SOAP team or the external system team. This will create methods or classes in this system. These methods are nothing but create, update, delete, which we have seen in the previous slide. And we will be using a login call. In this method, like create, update, and delete, we also have login method, right? With that login method, SOAP will call the Salesforce. Once Salesforce receives that login, if the username and password or the authentication is right, then it will send the session ID back to SOAP UI. So the session ID is very similar to access token that we have seen in REST API. Like we use access token for our subsequent request, even here, if we want to create an account, we will call that service by sending this account data along with this session ID, like we send access token in the REST API calls. So once this data hits to Salesforce for creating an account, Salesforce will insert that account and sends back that response with the inserted ID. To do the demo, we need to have external system, right? For that, we need to download SOAP UI. Let's search SOAP UI, click enter and click here, and you should be seeing Ready API and SOAP UI open source. This is the paid version and this is the open source. Let's try to download it. Download, click on download on open source. and it will start downloading here. Now click on that downloaded version and install it. Click yes, and you will see this pop up. Click on next, next. Keep the default values as is, and then just click on next and next, and it will start installing. So once it is installed, it will ask us to run it. So let's run this one. Click on finish, and our SOAP UI has been installed. Now this is the SOAP UI. Here we need to create a project first. Create an SOAP project. Let's give it a name. SOAP UI to Salesforce Integration. And here we need to give the WSDL file. Let's go to Salesforce and download the WSDL file. We are in Salesforce org. Click on Generate Enterprise WSDL and click Generate. It will take us to the screen. So this is the entire WSDL file where it will have objects, fields, and everything, however you want to call from external system. So right click on it and click on Save As. Save this file anywhere in your folders. So I will just save it here. SF WSDL. You can name it anything. Okay, it should be of type XML. Click on Save. Now let's go back to SOAP UI and here browse it. Go to the folder where we have stored the WSDL file. Click on it and click Open. Have the default values as is and click OK. Now if you see, there are a lot of methods that has come. You see, there is create, there is delete, there is converted, which I was mentioning about, and there are login, logout, merge, process, query all, and everything. Okay, so first thing we need to do is log into the external system. Like we have discussed, we need to provide the username, password. We need to authenticate with Salesforce, which way it will give us the session ID, right? Which is a kind of access token. So go to the login method, click here, and it will open the screen. If you see, it is expecting some parameters. You see, now here you need to provide your username and password. Before going ahead, see there is a URL here which says login.salesforce.com. If you are integrating with your sandbox org, you need to give test.salesforce.com. As mine is a developer org, I will leave it login.salesforce.com. Here we have multiple details where this is also not required for us. Organization ID, we can comment it or you can take it out. And here you need to provide username and password. So I have my username pasted. So I will just paste it here. So give you a Salesforce username, okay? And password, your Salesforce or password. This is so my password plus. So as I mentioned earlier, password from APIs, when you are calling from external system, passwords are not just passwords, they are passwords plus security token. So this is my password, and now security token, I have pasted it here. So password is password plus security token. Copy, paste. So password is ready, username is ready, and URL is ready. I think we can make the request. So click on run. By clicking on this one, it will call the Salesforce. So click on run, and you're getting some response. You can click on XML. There is malformed ID for portal. So this is also not required. I missed it. And again click on run. Click on XML. See, you got some response. If you see, you received your domain URL of that org, which is required of course. And you see, this is the session ID. This is exactly similar to access token in Postman or in REST. So this is the session ID. We need to copy this, okay? So we have our login success. That's the reason we have received this session ID. So authentication is done, but we need to create the request, right? That is what we are into, right? So our authentication is success. Let's copy this session ID. So I have this session ID completely. Now to create an account, so we need to go to create and click on this request. Here it will have many details. Okay, so if we scroll down, this is the body which we need to worry about. And there is also something called session header, right? This is where you need to paste your session header. So we have our session ID pasted. We have lot of things here, so which is not really required. So I will take out everything. So we don't want this email header tag, package version header tag, debug header tag, local tags, and I don't need anything till assignment rule header. Take it out. So now see, this is more cleaner, right? So we have the session ID, we have create option and object. In here, we need to mention our account details. Okay. We need to mention the object name details. So here, we need to tell that this is for account object creation, right? So we need to type something called XSI type equal to URN1 account. And we also need to give something like this. So by doing this, we are telling that insert account. Okay, here we need to provide the field names. So let me remove these two because these are field names. We can give the field names here. So name, I will give it as Sreeknath from SOAP UI. Now I have given name field, right? So this should be enough, and we have defined this is an account, and we have given the session ID. And one last thing is we need to change here the domain ID. Even though this is login.salesforce.com, for actual request you definitely need to change the URL to actual Salesforce domain. In this case, which we got it from the login URL, right? From login we got that, correct? So let's go back to login request again. Here we got the domain URL, right? So just copy it, paste it here. When you are doing the actual login, you can have that as login.test when it is actual login request or authorization request. But when you are doing the actual service calls like create, update, delete and all, then you need to provide the domain URLs which you will get it from the login or like authorization request, which you are getting from the authorization request. So we got this from authorization request, so I pasted it here, and URL is fine. We have session ID, we have the object name defined and the name field. And we have populated the field. Let's check. So click on run. We got some response. Click on XML. You see, an ID has been returned to us. So copy this ID, go back to Salesforce, paste it somewhere, maybe here, and you should be seeing that inserted account. You see, Sreeknath from SOAP UI. We can do the same thing for contact also. Just change here instead of account, make it contact. And name fields, field names has to be changed, right? So let me change to last name because last name is mandatory for contact. So it will be Vegi, Sreeknath. Okay, so let's click on run again and click on XML. We got the results. You see 003, and you see Vegi Sreeknath from SOAP. This is a contact record. This is how you can pass the visitors to external system, and external systems will actually load into their system, and then they will generate this, and then they should be able to call our Salesforce services. Let's do a quick knowledge check. WSDL is required in SOAP or REST, and the answer is SOAP. Like we have seen in our previous scenarios, WSDL requires SOAP, where the WSDL file will be uploaded into the respective system, and then it will generate the classes or methods accordingly. Now second question, which type of WSDL to choose when you have frequent changes in your fields or objects in Salesforce? Enterprise WSDL or partner WSDL? And the answer is partner WSDL. Why? Because partner WSDL is loosely typed, hence the objects are defined like S objects. Instead of ABC__C, the objects were defined something like S objects. So partner WSDL really does not rely on exact API syntaxes. So that's the reason if there are any frequent changes, there is no need of downloading the WSDL file again and again and then send back to external system. So in this case, partner WSDL will help us a lot. Next question. Which type of WSDL to choose when you want less complexity in code writing in external system? And the answer is enterprise WSDL. Why? Because enterprise WSDL is strongly typed, which means the syntaxes were exactly like the API name. So let's say ABC__C has to be defined same in the enterprise WSDL external system. So what happens is you can write the exact code without having much of a generalization. If it is loosely coupled like partner WSDL, then your code has to be in a very generalized way, where the complexity of code will be increased a lot higher than in the enterprise WSDL way. Next question is, which tool is used for testing SOAP calls? I think the answer is easy. SOAP UI. Things we have learned as part of this scenario. There are two types of WSDLs. One is enterprise and partner WSDL in Salesforce. Enterprise WSDL is something which is strongly typed, and partner WSDL is loosely typed. So you need to choose enterprise WSDL whenever you don't see frequent changes in Salesforce. then you can give this enterprise WSDL to the external system to communicate to Salesforce. And testing standard SOAP APIs by using SOAP UI tool. As part of this scenario, we also have seen how SOAP UI tool will be helpful for us to test our Salesforce API using SOAP transactions. Scenario number 7. I got another problem. External system sends data. They want to create an account or contact. Account creation or contact creation will be decided on the fly. They will send is account is equal to true or false in the request body. But they don't support REST, they support SOAP. This seems like a similar requirement as of other requirement that you have told, right? But it is based on REST. Okay, let's see. Find whether it's outbound or inbound as a thumb rule. So in this case, external system is initiating the request and Salesforce is getting something inside Salesforce. So this is inbound integration. Of course, SOAP, because as external support only SOAP, we need to do it with SOAP. As we have seen the differences between REST and SOAP, the primary differences are REST support both JSON and XML, but SOAP supports XML only. And the star key in SOAP is WSDL file. So we need to give the WSDL file to the external system which is trying to call us. So in this case, Salesforce has to give that WSDL file. Okay, let's come to the requirement. So they want to send something like customer name is equal to Tesla, and if they send is account parameter is equal to true, then it should insert account with name is equal to Tesla. But if they send customer name is equal to Tesla and is account is equal to false, okay, is account is equal to false, then it should insert contact record with last name is equal to Tesla. Okay, so the bad news here is we cannot use this standard create option like we have used in our previous scenario where we created account, right? So we cannot use standard create option to create account or contact in this way, where you will be sending is account true or is account false. That cannot be decided with Salesforce on the fly. Oh no, then what is the solution if standard SOAP API not able to deal with this requirement? If standard SOAP API is not doing the thing, then you need to write your own custom SOAP API, right? So here external system can call create method, delete method and update method in Salesforce to insert, update, delete the records in Salesforce. Now we will create something called account contact SOAP API to insert account or insert contact based on these parameters that were sent from the external system. So the key point here is when standard methods or APIs doesn't fit your purpose, we need to write our own APIs or methods. Okay, custom APIs are nothing but they're again classes, just with different annotations, so that we'll understand difference between normal class or a custom API. This is the way to create custom SOAP API. Once you learn this, and you can use, reuse, reuse to the infinity. Okay, so this is a class, but any custom API that we build, we need to have this custom API to be called from external system. That means this should be of global modifier. Now the next step is we need to create a method, because the logic that we wanted to build should be always in a method. So let's say we have created a method by taking two parameters. One is name, second one is account. If you see, these are the exact parameters that external system will send to us. We have tagged this method to web service keyword. So this is how a class will convert into a custom SOAP API. This is the way that you can differentiate a particular class into custom SOAP API. Now I think we are good to go with writing the logic. The logic is pretty simple. If is account is equal to true, then we will create an account record with the name value which is being sent from the parameter, and we'll insert it and we can return that account ID. You see, the return type of this method is ID. So this ID will be sent as a response. And else, if is account is false, we'll create a contact and we'll insert that contact and we'll return that contact ID as a response. Nice. What is the next step after we create this API or web service or method, whatever it is? The next step is we need to download this class as a WSDL file and we'll share it with the external system. This WSDL will have the web service that we just created. Don't worry about it. The keyword that we have given, right, web service in that class, will make that class as a downloadable WSDL file. I will show that, of course. So first we need to get that WSDL file for our class which we just created. And this file has to be uploaded in the external system, which is the source system now, which is trying to call Salesforce. This generates the methods from SDL, which helps to call the web service that we have created. Once that is done, to call Salesforce, obviously authentication method to be called first, which will generate the session ID, and then it should call the actual web service method that we have created. We'll use SOAP API as an external system now, and it will try to call our Salesforce to insert account or contact. So the step-by-step process would include, first, we need to download and send that WSDL to the sender along with authentication method, username and password. Now in SOAP API, we need to upload that WSDL file. This step will create method or classes in this or in this external system. Now, obviously, we need to do the authentication call first by using the login method. Then Salesforce will send the session ID back to SOAP UI. So this session ID is similar to access token in REST APIs. We have this session ID now. Using that session ID in the body, we can send the account data or customer data. We should be calling the custom SOAP API that we have created. Now it will either insert an account or contacts and sends back that response to SOAP API with the created ID basically, whether account ID or contact ID. Now let's start the demo. So to create a custom SOAP API, we need to create a class. So let's go to developer console. Let's create a new class. I will name it as account contact SOAP API. Okay, and I will click on OK. So as I mentioned, every API has to be of global access. So global class. Now we need to create a method. So method has to be static. So return type can be anything. So let's say we'll return something called string, and the method name could be insert account contact. Okay. Now we'll create an empty method, but we need to take two parameters from the external system. First parameter is customer name. Second parameter is account. Okay. Now this is the method, but this is a normal method. To make this class as a web service, we need to add a keyword called web service to this method. By adding this class will become a web service, which will make external system to access this. Okay. Now we have our method. Now we will write our logic. What is the logic? If is account equal to true, then we need to create an account. ACC is equal to new account. So what are the parameters we'll give? Name is equal to whatever they have sent in the, whatever the external system sends. External system sends this value, so we'll put that value here. So we created an instance of account. Let's insert it, ACC. And as you see, we are returning the string, right? So we can actually return the ACC.id. So we can return the ID of the inserted account if account is sent as true. But if it is false, then it will go to else. We'll create a contact instance equal to new contact. In contact, last name is mandatory. So last name is equal to customer name. And we need to insert this contact and we'll return the contact ID. Simple. Now we'll save this. Now it got saved. So our web service is ready now. We need to download this as a WSDL file and then give it to the external system. How to download it? We can download normal WSDL files or enterprise WSDL files from Search API, but this is a class, right? So I will show you the magic. Let's go to classes. And in classes, if you see, this is the API that we created. And if you see, there is a WSDL enabled here. Or if I click on here, even here there is a generate WSDL file, right? But you don't see that in any other class. Why? Because this is the class where the method is tagged as web service. So because of that keyword, this became a web service, and that is why this option is given. So that you can click on here or you can open and then click on generate WSDL. This will generate you a WSDL file. Okay. You need to download it. Save as. Here you can name anything. Maybe you can name it as account contact SOAP API. Okay, and it can be any name. Okay, I'll click on save. Now our WSDL file is downloaded. We need to give this to external system, in this case to SOAP UI, and there we need to upload it. So we have SOAP UI already, which we have installed, and we have done a login request already as part of previous scenario for inserting account by using standard SOAP API. Now we are using custom API, right? So this is the existing project. We can add that new WSDL file. We can add that WSDL file into the same project. Let's download it, or you can create a new project. That's also fine. Doesn't make any difference. You can click on new project, new soap project, and you can give the initial WSDL. Here you can give the WSDL and then do it. Or this is also fine, where you can add this WSDL to the existing project itself. Now click on this. So this is the web service, right? I'll click on this and click on open. Click on OK. And you see there is a method. You see this is the one which we have created, right? So this has come up. I will click on request. Now if you carefully observe, there is insert account tag where it is expecting two parameters. One is customer name and the second one is account. So we need to give that here. So let me give Tesla, and I will give is account, right? So I will give it as true. So this header has many things. Let's take out everything, and there is something called session ID. So as I mentioned in the previous scenario also, if you need to call Salesforce, you need to do the authentication first. If you do the authentication, you will be getting a session ID or access token. In SOAP, you will get session ID. In REST, you will get access token. So this session ID, we will get the session ID. So we'll do the login request again. So there is a login thing which we have done in the previous scenario. We'll use the same. I will call it again. It will generate a new access token for me. Click on XML. So this is the session ID. So let's copy this session ID. And let's go back to our request again. And here in session ID, you can copy paste it. Now our session ID is ready. We have other headers which we don't require. So I will take out every other header except session header. So now this request seems little clean. So we have session ID and we are having data that is ready to send Tesla, and is account is equal to true. The expectation is it should insert an account with name Tesla from SOAP. Okay, let's try to click on send. You see, an account has been inserted because we got the ID back. Let's take it in Salesforce. So I'll copy this, paste it here, enter. And you see we got the account. Now we'll try to send another value, but we'll make it as false. I will make it as lawn from SOAP. Let's try to run it again. Click on run. We got the response, and you see we got the result with 003 as a prefix, which means this is contact. Let's take it out again in Salesforce. You see, contact got inserted. This is how you can define your own web service and write your logic in such a way that it solves your business needs. It's time for knowledge check. If external system sends name field in its body and wants to create an account, which option to choose? So external system is sending name field, name as a parameter, and they want to create an account. So what is the best option? Apex SOAP or standard SOAP? The answer is standard SOAP, because creation of account, we already have a standard API, but when it takes that API, we need to give the field names exactly the same as actual fields. Next question. If external system sends a parameter customer name and wants to map the value to name field on account and wants to create an account, which option to choose? So the options are Apex SOAP and standard SOAP. So if you see the requirement, external system sends customer name as a parameter and the value is Tesla. It should insert as an account with name Tesla. Which option to choose? And the answer is Apex SOAP. Why? We have an API for creating account, but when we are trying to create account, we should be giving the same field name in the parameter. Let's say if we want to insert name, if we want to insert an account with name is equal to Tesla, here it should be name. If we are having something like age __ C in account, we should be sending age __ C in. If we want to send a different parameter, something like this, which is not matching with Salesforce object or field schema, then we definitely need to write our own logic to create account, and that is called Apex SOAP. So the answer is Apex SOAP. Next question. True or false? Below is the syntax of Apex SOAP. So global class, some class name, web service, static, string, any method name, and with some parameters. True or false? And the answer is true. So the primary thing is class has to be global and method has to have tagged with web service. Return type can be anything like string, ID, boolean, whatever it is. Method name should be like this, and it should expect some parameters. Of course, parameters are optional. As part of this scenario, we have learned that how to create our own SOAP APIs when standard SOAP APIs are not really serving our purpose. So where we have created a simple class and made that prefixed with web service, which made this particular class a SOAP API. And we also have seen how to download that class as a WSDL file, and we need to share it with external system, and external system will call this respective methods. Let's get back to our cheat sheet again. So in this scenario where external system wants to call Salesforce system, where there are complex scenarios, and if it is only SOAP allowed, and if coding is also allowed, and if response is also needed from Salesforce, then we need to choose Apex SOAP API. Because as per the requirement, only SOAP are allowed and complex scenarios. If they mention complex scenarios, if they are not able to complete by using standard SOAP API, then we don't have any option except to use Apex SOAP API. Scenario number 8. I have an interesting requirement. When account gets created in Salesforce, that account name to be sent to external system. If external system server is down temporarily, then it should retry again and again. Okay. And external system supports only SOAP and no code at all. How to achieve this? Oh my god, too many challenges. Okay, let's try to understand whether it is outbound or inbound. In here, as soon as account is getting created in Salesforce, it has to send to external system. So Salesforce is initiating the request to send it to the external system. That is why this is an outbound integration. Straightforward. Let's find out the challenges. As per the requirement, this should be a SOAP call, and there should be retry and retry when the server is not available or down for some time. And there should be no code, which means we need to use some Salesforce out-of-box functionality. And it's asking to send just account name, so it's like a small data. For all these challenges, there is only one solution, and that is outbound messages. As a Salesforce developers, you may have heard about outbound messages. I believe around 90-95% of the people never use this. So with outbound messages, retrying mechanism will have around 24 hours. Till next 24 hours, we should be able to retry it. And from outbound messages, we can send only maximum of 100 KB of data. 100 KB is still good enough to send enough data, of course. Now, what do we need for sending an outbound message? So only thing is we just need API details which contains endpoint URL. So in this scenario, we will use external system called Pipedream. This is an online tool. We'll use this as an external system where on creation of an account record in Salesforce, it will send account name to this Pipedream external system. Let's get back to Salesforce for demo. Okay, so we have Salesforce system. We need to create outbound message, but to create outbound message, we need to have an external system, right? That external system is called Pipedream. Let's search for it. You see, you can click on pipedream.com. And you need to sign up for using this application. So click on sign up, and you can use you can register yourself, or you can also log in with your Gmail account also. I provided my details and I am able to log into this system, and this is brand new. Okay, now you need to create a project first. Click on project, give some name, just give some random name. Now create a workflow in this folder, create workflow, and here you need to add something. So click on add trigger. We'll click on new HTTP, have the default values as is, and click on save and continue. Now you see this is the URL. Okay, so this is the URL. You just need to copy. This is the URL you want, and now this is waiting for the events. You see it is saying that waiting for events. So as soon as we create an account in Salesforce and if we create an outbound message, it will fire, and this is a listener. So it will listen to that event, and then it will show up here. Okay, that's how this works. Now let's head back to Salesforce and now try to create an outbound message. Okay, outbound message. You see workflows outbound message. Here click on continue and click on new outbound message. And here we need to select account, because on account object we need to write our outbound message. So on creation of outbound account, so click on next. So give some name, something like account outbound Pipedream. Some name, some random name. And endpoint URL, you need to copy paste that URL that you have brought. Here, what are the details that you want to send? So we thought of sending name, right? So let's send name. If you want, you can also add some other fields also, maybe type and maybe account number and account source also. Okay, let's click on save. Now we have our outbound message ready. But when this has to be fired, it has to be fired on account creation. So on creation of account, if we want to do something, obviously we can write some trigger. We can write it from flow. Okay, so it's a flow trigger. So I will go to flows, click on new flow, and here I will select start from scratch, click on next, and we need to select record trigger flow because on creation of account record this should happen. So record trigger flow, create, and here you need to select the object on which object this should fire, on account object, and we only want it on creation, and I don't want any conditions because I wanted every account record to be sent to that system. So actions and relate records, so it is fine, and then we'll click on this to create an action. To call the outbound message, you need to select this action. Okay, so click on this action. Here you should be able to find outbound message. You see outbound message. You click on it and it will show all the outbound messages that are there in the system. So there is only one, so I'm clicking on this one. So I'll give something pipe dream message and click on save. Give a flow name, account, create flow, and click on save. Our flow is ready, we need to activate it. So what are we saying? On the creation of account, every record has to fire an outbound message with so and so details. What are the details? Account name, account source, type. I think that is all. Okay, let's try to create an account and we'll see how it is working. Go to accounts, click on new, outbound message test, and we'll give type as something, type as maybe prospect, and maybe industry as something. I'm not really sure we have selected industry. So we'll click on save. Now that event has to display here in this pipe dream. Go there, you see one new event. I will click on this. See, there is one event. Let's click on that, and it showed the body. It should show the body where it should have the account details. You see, SF name, outbound message test, and type is prospect, and ID is this ID. I think there is also account number. I think we did not give the account number. That's the reason it did not come up here. See, this is how we will get events in the external system when outbound message is fired. So outbound message, this is the URL. So not only pipedream.com, there are many such websites which you can leverage. But in Pipedream, this is how you can set this up. Let's assume this system is down for some reason. As soon as you created an account, it will come here and it will fail. And as this is failed, Salesforce will do the retrying of sending message for next 24 hours. That is the advantage with outbound message. And you can monitor its progress, outbound message status in outbound message monitoring. You see, under monitoring, you can find outbound messaging. If you see here, the number of items are 4. It was success, right? Then why it is showing number of items? Because this outbound message is something which expects some acknowledgement. If it doesn't receive any acknowledgement, it will do the retrying. So from Salesforce perspective, this is an attempted fail. But in Postman perspective, this is a success because it is receiving those events, right? So that's what this is about. So we can also, so when we are doing this, we can also configure the response also. So I did not add any response from this tool. That's the reason we did not have any acknowledgement received here. So it is always trying to do retries. See, number of items became 5 now. So that's how outbound message works. You see, there is one more event here because it was 4 earlier. Now it is one more event that has come here. Until this event listens like this, we will be getting this retrying of message for next 24 hours. Hope concept is clear. Use cases of outbound message. When there is no coding required and the size of body that we need to send to external system is less than 100 KB, and automatic retry. And finally, if external system supports only SOAP. So in these cases, we need to choose outbound messages. Things we have learned as part of this scenario is how to do outbound messages, and we also learned that outbound message only supports SOAP. And one more thing, outbound message is asynchronous. What is asynchronous? Asynchronous is something whenever one system communicates with another system, if it sends some request and if it doesn't expect some response, then it is called asynchronous. It performs a request and doesn't bother about the response. That's what is called asynchronous. And Salesforce will perform other jobs without waiting for this external system response. But with synchronous, whenever Salesforce calls something to external system, it expects some response back, only then it will continue with the other operations. That's what synchronous means. Whatever scenarios which we have seen so far are synchronous, and this comes under asynchronous because outbound messages fires to the external system and it will not expect any response to come back. That's how outbound messages works. Let's get back to our cheat sheet again. So whenever a requirement says Salesforce needs to call external system, and if only SOAP is allowed, and if response is not required, and coding is also not allowed. So usually we'll write Apex SOAP callouts to do the callout when SOAP is allowed. But here it says that coding is also not allowed. In this case, we have an option called outbound message, where by using outbound message we can do a SOAP callout because outbound message supports SOAP. Scenario number 9. I need to call an external system but no code. I have URL provided by external system and they say endpoint details are in openapi definition. Okay, openapi definition. What is it? I should be able to get some data from external system. Okay, so as per your requirement, Salesforce needs to call external system to get some data. Okay, first let's understand whether it is outbound or inbound. So as Salesforce is initiating call to get some data from external system, this is considered as outbound integration. Now let's come to the requirement. If you see we want to call external system from Salesforce, we already seen that in scenario 1 where we will create HTTP callout and then we can create a request and then we need to provide the endpoint URL and then we need to mention the method, whether we are trying to insert, update or delete or get some data. Now this is how we can do a REST callout to get some data or to put some data into external system from Salesforce. Hey, I said no code. This example you are showcasing is REST callout to call any external system. This has code, but I don't want code. Okay, my bad, sorry. In this case, if you see Salesforce is calling external system, but we also had some clause saying that it is open API definition. So this is where the catch is. So any external system which is having open API definition, we can actually call that external system from Salesforce without writing any code. Yes, that is by using external services. External services will leverage open API schema or open API definition, which will make us to call external system from flows. And for this, no code is required. So whenever you hear about open API schema that is being available in external system, we can leverage that to call that external system without writing any code from Salesforce. What does open API specification mean? Very valid question. Now, if you have seen in our scenarios, previous scenarios, whenever Salesforce needs to make any call out to external system, we need to mention all these details, or these are the things that we need to do. Like authentication, we need to have API details like endpoint URL, or we need to mention whether it is get, put, patch, post or delete, and we should be having a request body, and we also need to know what is the response body that we are getting. Along with that, we also need to add external system details to name credentials or remote site settings. Correct? Now, this is something which we have seen in the previous scenarios as well, but to make things clear, so whenever we deal with external system, this is how we get the data. So they will be giving the endpoint URL. This is something which they would give. And they will also say that you need to use get or post or put or delete, whatever the method it is. And they also say that you should be sending this kind of parameters in the body. Only then we can actually post it in our database or get it from our database. And this is the response body that you can get. And to do this, we need to write this kind of HTTP request, right? Where we have to create an instance of HTTP request, and then we need to set this body, set the method and set the header, and finally we need to send that particular request to external system. This is the usual way, correct? Now with OpenAI specification, they will not give all these details like this. Instead they will share us as JSON along with endpoint URL. So this way is of sharing details in a single JSON. Okay, so this JSON will contain all the details about method or the request body or response body, and this particular JSON has to be provided by external system again. We need to load this particular JSON file in Salesforce External Services, and then we can use this Salesforce External Services, and then we can call that external services from flow. That is how it works. If we do that, there is no need of writing this code. Now this is the JSON that they will provide, which is exactly kind of replication of this but in a different format. Okay, now if you could relate it, so this URL they are giving it in these places, and if you see they mention this post type here, or the basically request by type request method, and the request body they are saying that this is the parameter that you need to send. You see the name parameter here, name parameter. Similarly for responses also, so what kind of response we should be getting when it is success? 200 means success, 400 means it is failure. So with 200s, what is the kind of success message that we want to send? In this case, bank account created successfully. If it is error, we can say that error in creation, something like that. So all those details can be incorporated in this particular JSON, and this will be shared to Salesforce from external system. So this is how thing works. As the external system supporting openapi, now we will be using this openapi spec instead of going ahead with REST callout, because REST callout is coding, and as external system is supporting this, this will make things easier. Now what are the steps? As we already know, so we already have these API details from this particular openapi spec. When someone asks what is openapi spec, you can answer that is easily readable JSON format which can be loaded into Salesforce, and that generates some methods which can be directly called from flows. Okay. For external services, we'll need to create named credentials instead of remote site settings. As part of adding external system details to named credentials or remote site settings, you should know that whenever Salesforce is making an outbound request or kind of call out, then we need to let Salesforce know that we are calling some external system. It's more of like a child telling his parents, his or her parents, that mom, I'm going to Mike's home for playing basketball. In this scenario, Mike home is the external system here. Similarly, Salesforce needs external system details to store in Salesforce. It is the way of telling that, hey Salesforce, I'm calling this so and so system. Okay. So this letting know to Salesforce can be done in two ways. One is name credential, other one is remote site setting. Both are kind of siblings, but if you see, I have added stars here. Name credentials have multiple stars. Remote site setting is having one star. The reason is name credential is more powerful and more usable than remote site settings. For testing purpose, remote site settings are widely used, but in reality, most of the real-time scenarios we would be using name credentials only. Okay, so that's the reason I have kept star here. Both works for the same reason, but name credentials are super powerful, and that is being widely used. So what is the difference between these two? Name credentials, in name credentials we will be providing the external system endpoint URL. It's more of an external system address, and even remote site setting also does the same. However, in name credentials we have one more thing, which is authentication details also will be stored. In remote site settings, authentication cannot be done. In name credentials, along with storing the external ID address, external system address, we also do the authentication. For remote site settings, only endpoint URL will be stored. Authentication has to be done by Salesforce developer while coding to call an external service. Both named credentials and remote site settings seems of same purpose. How should I choose for any given requirement? That's a good question. So there is a simple golden rule. When Salesforce is calling an external system, choose name credentials if authentication is needed. If authentication is needed, because if external system is secure and if we need to call, if we need to have some authentication details to be there, then choose name credentials. If there is no authentication, choose remote site settings. On top of it, along with authentication needed, for external service, let's say if we are choosing external services, whether that external services needed any authentication or not, we should be blindly choosing name credentials. Remote site settings are not supported for external services. Name credentials is primarily for authentication and letting Salesforce know that we are calling some external system. Remote site settings doesn't have any authentication details to be configured. Okay, how to set the name credentials in Salesforce? That's easy. So before we go ahead into Salesforce and then see how we can set it up, Name credentials actually having some different components. Name credentials is a mixture of name credentials, and we also need to create external credential, and also we need to create a permission set. So name credentials is nothing but endpoint URL will be saved here, where it will just have the endpoint URL. It's like a website address, right? So in here the example is Mike Home. Okay, and external credential. So when we create a name credentials, we need to create a external credentials upfront. This is where the authentication will be done. Okay, so authentication can be of different types. If the external system supports OAuth 2, we need to do that authentication, this external credential. And if it is not supporting any authentication, we can just say that no authentication required here. And if it is having some basic authentication, something like username and password, then that also we need to mention in this external credential. So this is where the authentication details will be stored. So it is something like in our example, in our previous example, this is something like a kid is telling his parents that this is Mike's address, this is my home phone number. So that kid's parents will call Mike's parents and then confirm, okay, they're meeting, and then make sure they're really meeting at that place, and also make sure that kid is going to the safe place, right? So this is what exactly authentication will be doing. Okay. Now permission set. This is something like user permission to use the tagged external service. User X can call the external service, but user Y cannot call that service. So that is where this permission set is coming into picture. If we take the previous analogy, it's like parents enabling the option for that kid to go out or not to go out. Let's say he is being very mischievous these days. They will stop this permission set so that this person cannot go to his friend's home, right? In the same way, this particular user cannot call external service because this person is not intended to call any integrations at this point of time or for certain number of days. So we'll take that permission set out of his user and he cannot do any call out. Let's say if we want him to do that integration again, we'll just enable it and things will be same. He can call that external service. So by segregating name credentials like this, Salesforce has much more control of each and every aspect. Like endpoint is stored here, authentication is stored here, permission to do integration is stored here. So name credentials are super powerful than remote site settings. Okay, whenever you are doing outbound integration, you either need to do name credentials or remote site settings, but name credentials is the primary used configuration. To create name credentials, we need some external system, right? So for that external system, we will be using a tool called Swagger. This is an online tool where we can leverage this for doing this external services demo. So we need to create name credentials first. For that, search name credential. So as part of name credentials, I was mentioning name credential is a combination of name credential plus external credential and permission set. So to create name credentials, we need external credentials first, because when you create a name credential, it will ask you to have a lookup for external credentials. So we need to create an external credential first. So click on external credential and click new. Here you can give some external credential names. I will say employee API and employee API. Okay. And here authentication protocol. So here I will not be providing any authentication. You can select custom or no authentication. So I'll choose custom here and click on save. And we are done with our external credential, but we need to provide a principal here. So click on new and give some principal. Okay, so this is needed for permission set. So hence you need to create it. I have created a test parameter for this principal and I will click on save because I don't have any authentication parameters required. As I mentioned, there is no authentication required for this particular API. So you don't need to provide any authentication parameters here. So click on save. We have created an external credential with the principal. Okay. And now you are good to go ahead with creating name credentials. So click on name credentials and you need to click on new. Here again you can give the name. So I'll give employee API and employee API, and here in URL you need to provide URL of the external system. As part of this requirement, we will use some external system called swagger.io. So that is the system which will provide us openapi schema JSON. Okay, so I have URL ready with me. I will copy paste here. I have added this thing in the description as well. You can check it out. Okay. So now I have given the URL because this is the external system, and the external credential which we have created, you can just select it, and rest of them leave the default values as is and click on save. Now we are done with name credential and we have done with external credential. Now we need to create a permission set. Okay, so go to permission set. So why are we doing this? So permission set is something which will allow users to access this credential first, so that it can make callouts to the external system. Okay, so whenever you think that this particular user doesn't need to call out to external system, we can take this permission set from that user, so that user will not be able to call the external system. So I'll click on new here, access to external system. Okay, so I'll click on save. In this permission set, you need to give accesses at two places. One is on the object level. Click on object settings, and if you scroll down, there is something with user external credentials. So if you have this access, only then you will be able to see what the external credentials are. Okay, so you can give read access and view all access. I will be giving all the access at this moment. Okay, so this access will let this user to see, only to see and edit what the external credentials in the system are. We did not give access to call that external credential yet. So this is about see and create and edit the external credentials. So now that user is able to see these external credentials, he should be able to call external system via these external credentials. And if you see, there is something called external credential principal access. So we have created a principal, right, with its name as test, right? So click on edit and you should be seeing that principal here. You see employee API, and we have also created test, right? So that name we will just give here and click on save. So by giving this access, user will be able to call the external system because we have given this external credential access. So this is the external credential with which user will be able to call the external system. Okay, now we are done with our permission set as well. So name credential setup is completely done. Now it is time for us to work on our external system. Let's search for swagger.io and click on enter. And here you can click on try free. You need to click on create free account. And in here you can either register yourself and then do it, or you can actually use your Gmail account and then log in also. I logged in with Gmail and I am able to land into this screen. Okay, so this is kind of 10 to 15 days trial org, so where you can use this access. So now you need to create your own API from this, because this external system has the ability to create your own APIs. So as part of this requirement, I will create my own API. Okay, click on new and click on new API, and here you should be able to give some access. So you see specification, as I mentioned, this is open API schema. So open API 3.0.x. Okay, and template, let's select none, and name I will give something called employee API. Okay, and version will be 1, and description I will give something like test, and visibility make sure it is public, and click on API. As soon as you click that, it will give some API schema, but it will have very basic details. Okay, so if you see, the URL says that the actual server and the username of my particular Swagger account. Okay, so I already created open API schema JSON for this one. Let me copy paste it here, copy and paste. So this is the schema. If you have seen, it will have something like, so we have get, put, post and methods, right? So this is that get method. And if you see, the path, API path is /employee, which is like, if I scroll down, you see this is the server / my username / and employee. Here you can give your own username account of this one. You can see your username. I will copy paste this entire open API schema in the description, or I will try to create a link for you so that you can copy paste the same. So this particular open API schema will actually calls employee URL with get method, and it will have some parameters like employee number. As an end user, you should be passing employee number here so that it will result some matching employee details. So what is that employee details? If you see, it will call employee schema, which is this schema. In this, if you see, employee number will be sent as employee 001, employee name will written as test name, employee age will written as 19, and employee joining date as 2015 1 and 1. Okay, so you can create this kind of properties multiple times so that it will have that data is a list of records that will be sent. You can also test it here. So I click on here and you see test, try it out. And if I give 1 here and execute, it will return me employee details. This is a kind of user interface for this open API schema. So this is what schema is about. So we have the API URL and we have the get method and we have the input parameter as employee number, and we also have seen what kind of result that we can expect, which is this result. Okay, so I think we are good with the schema. Now we need to save this particular schema after you copy paste it and update the username here. I think this is there twice. Let me remove one time. Okay, and click on save. It's not saved. Yes, click on save. Once you save it, and if you have seen, there is, you see version number is there here. Click on it and then click on publish API. This is important. So click on publish version. So now this particular API, open API, is ready for external system to use it. Okay, so now let's go back to Salesforce, and here we need to create an external service. So external service, and click on add external service from API specification, because we'll be providing the API specification. Click on next and give some name here. So I'll give employee API. Description you can leave it blank, and schema you select complete schema, because we'll give the open API schema that we have created in the previous step. So click on complete schema and select the name credentials. So this is the name credentials that we have created, right? So click on it. Now here it is expecting us to copy paste that schema. So let's copy the schema entirely. Control A, Control C, Control V. So we are good with this schema where we have the get method, API, and we have input parameter as employee number. Output response will be 200 if a condition is correct, and it will return this schema. The schema is nothing but the employee data. Okay, now we are good here. Click on save and next, and it will say there is a search employee action and employee number is input number, input parameter, and click on this and click on next. Click on finish. We are done with our external service creation, but we need to call this external service from somewhere, right? That somewhere is called flow. So we'll create a screen flow, and from that flow we'll call this external service. Okay, so let's create a new flow. Start from scratch. Click on next, screen flow, and click on create. Here we can directly call that external service, or because we need to send a parameter to that service, right? Employee number. So we'll take it from the user. So employee number is something which that external service is expecting. So we'll create an input variable for that. So input text. Here I will say that please provide EMP number. Yeah, please provide employee number. And I think we are good to go. Finish. I think yes. Click on done. We need to give some name. Calling external service. And click on done. And we got that number in that input box. We will call the external service now. So external services will be there in actions. Click on action, and here search external service. You see, as soon as I click on external service, it will show up all the external services in the system, but we only have one, so that's the reason it is showing up. So click on it and Swagger external service. You can give anything. I'm just giving that one. And here it is expecting input parameter employee number. So this is something which will send whatever user has entered in this screen text box. In that screen we see there is a text box, right? So click on that text box. So we are done with this. Click on save. Swagger screen flow. Click on save, and we will activate it. So here screen flow is calling this, and we have an input parameter where it will expect the employee number. That employee number will be sent to this external service. Okay, so now what I would do is, instead of putting this in because we will get some response from this external service, but we are not displaying anywhere to see it, right? So we can see that from debug log itself. So click on debug, and from here you can actually run your screen flow, and it will ask you to provide employee number. I'll give 1 and click on next. there is one mistake I have done. You see, error is coming saying that you do not have external. We have created a permission set. We did not assign it to my user, right? So that is where this has come. So let's quickly assign that permission set to me. As I mentioned, I don't have permission to call the external service at this point of time. So we need to align it. So where is that? So this is our permission set, which I have not assigned to myself. That's why we have seen that error. So click on manage assignments. Click on add assignment. Click on my name and click on next, assign, and done. So we have given access to this particular permission set. This permission set is where it will give access to user to call external services which is having that external credentials. So now that we are ready, we will again click on debug again. Okay, earlier we got error saying that we do not have access to call this credential, right? Now let's try it again. Click on one and click on next, and voila, you see we are sending a parameter as 1 and you got some response. 200 is something like success, and in that you got employee age as 19, employee joining date as 2015, employee name test name, employee name, what else we got? I think that is it. You see, those are the details that are there in this API. You see, test name 19 and 215. So if you see, this external services is kind of very basic and dummy API. That's the reason whatever you have given, let's say you give a different value, click on next, still it will give you the same result, because that API is not that intelligent and that much configured to give a different value based on your parameter. It only have one set of data. Whatever data that you give it in your input, it will give the same result to you as an output. Okay, but in real time scenario you will see a different much more realistic APIs. Okay, I hope you understood what is external services and how important name credentials and external credentials to call an external services. Okay. As part of this scenario, we have learned one important thing, which is name credentials. Name credentials is a combination of name credentials, external credentials, and permission set. Whenever you create name credentials, you also need to create all these three. Only then name credentials will work. And we also seen how to create external services, and we also have seen how external services has to be called from flows. And one more point, this is a synchronous call, because we from Salesforce we are sending a request to external system, and external system is sending a data response to Salesforce back. This is what synchronous means. Use case of external services is external system has to support open API definition. Only those open API definitions can be used in external services. External services cannot handle normal JSONs. It can only work with open API JSONs. Let's get back to cheat sheet. So whenever a scenario comes where Salesforce needs to call external system, and if it's only supporting open API specifications, and if coding is not allowed and response is not needed, then we can choose external services, because external services is the only thing in Salesforce which will support open API spec. In here it says response not needed, but external services can get some response from external system. So if a response is required or not required, we can choose external services. Simple thumb rule, if it is open API spec, then blindly choose external services. Nice. Can you tell me how to do OAuth 2 authentication with name credentials, as you say it's widely used? Of course, we can take an example here. So when Salesforce wants to call an external system where the external system needs authentication, then we can do a callout with authentication. So where we can use some name credentials here. Okay. In this case, to replicate that, we also need some external system, right? That external system also will try to create a new org for this one. So whatever org that we are testing so far will be our org1, and we'll create a new org where we will call it as org2. Okay. From our org, we will do a callout to insert account data into external system. That's what we'll try to do. And if you see, from this Salesforce org, we are doing a callout, and from this Salesforce org, we are getting call in. Okay, so be very careful about it. So we are doing a callout and we are doing a call in, which means we are having one outbound integration, and from this Salesforce org, we are doing one inbound integration. As you already have seen, things to do for callout, so we need to have the API details that we need to get from external system, and we need to do authentication. For authentication, we either need to follow named credentials or remote site settings. Okay, and from inbound perspective, we need to create a user for external user, and then share it to this particular team. And we also need to share the API details which is responsible for inserting the account. And finally, we need to create a connected app, because with this connected app, we will have client ID and client secret that will be created as part of authentication process. In this process, we are following OAuth 2. So OAuth 2 require client ID and client secret. And if we see, we have demo org 1 and we have demo org 2. So these are the details that we need to do. So for doing a callout, we need to create name credentials, we need to have the API details, and then we need to do authentication. From calling perspective, we need to create the user first. So let's create a user first, and then we can go to the next steps. To create user, we need to have the org, right? So for our external system, we will try to create a second Salesforce org here. So we need to search for developer.salesforce.com/signup. Okay, directly go to this sign up page where you can select and give some details of yours, populate all the values, company, second dot sf@second.com, and then I agree and click on sign up. You will be getting a verification email like this. So click on verify account and give some password. And click on change password. Now our second org is ready. So if you see, I have given the company name as second org, hence this is displaying here so that it is easy for us to differentiate. So let's create a user for the external user now. So click on setup, click on users, and click on new user, and quickly create another user from org 2, and give some alias and give email ID. My second org @insert.com. And this is new standard license where this license has to be given only for integration users. In this case, as this is an integration user, we'll have this license as is. Profile, I will give Salesforce API only integration. Role, I will give it empty and then click on save. Now user has been created. I should be receiving an reset password link. Now user has been created for external user. We have created user now. The next step is sharing the API details to the external system. So what are we doing here? So we wanted to insert account data into external system. So whenever an account is created here, that data has to be passed over to this Salesforce org. So in this Salesforce org, we should be having some API which should insert account. Already we have standard APIs for creation of records, right? So we could use the same thing which we have used in our previous scenarios. You see, this is the API for creating any account. You see, your domain name /services /data /version number /subject /account. And here you need to mention as a post as a request method, and you need to provide the body where name and website will be given. These data will be passed by this Salesforce org, which is demo org 1. This particular API details has to be sent from this org to this particular org 1 team. Let's assume they have shared this. So this team actually taken these details and then shared it to this team. So we are done with creation of user. We are done with our sharing of API details. Now we need to create a connected app. Why? Because this will create client ID and client secret. We have the golden rule for identifying when to create a connected app, right? Icon. ICON is the queue here. I means inbound, C means connected app. So this is inbound, so this is using connected app. So here it is ON. So outbound, this is outbound, and it is using name credentials. So name credentials and remote site settings are siblings. So that's the reason N is considered for both. So ON, icon. O means outbound integration, N means it is name credential. So let's go and create connected app here. Now I have placed both these org next to next so that you can easily differentiate my actions in these orgs. So this is org 1, which needs to send account details to this org. So this is inbound, this is outbound. So in inbound, we need to create a connected app here. Let's search for app manager, click app manager. And here you need to click on new connected app. Here you can provide connected app. So it is for Salesforce or one connector app, and give some API name and give contact email, and scroll down. You see, this is what you need to focus on: enable auth settings. So click on enable auth settings, and in this URL for now give some random URL, but this needs to be changed. Okay, this will be changed. So when we create name credentials in this org, then we will change this one. So now we have connected app callback URL given, and finally, so in this available scope, we will give full scope. And along with that, select refresh token, and then we are good to go. Click on save. So this will take some time to take effect, this particular connected app. So once this connected app is created, you should be seeing manage consumer details. Wait for 10 minutes, but before that you can actually have the particular client ID and client secret here. So you need to provide verification code, click verify, and here you see you are having consumer key and consumer secret. So these details are needed for name credentials. So we need to keep these details handy, which we need to provide it to this org1 team. So we have created connected app as well. So we have created user, org2 shared those API details with org1, and we have created connected app from org2. Now the next step is creation of name credentials in org1. So in this name credentials, this org will authenticate itself with this org2. For that, named credentials need some of the details from org2. Client ID and client secret is one of them. So name credential is a combination of three components. One is name credential, second one is external credential, and third one is permission set. This is something which we have seen, but I'm just repeating it again to have more clarity. So in name credentials, we will only provide endpoint URL, in the sense the domain to org. In external credentials, we need to provide the authentication details. In external credential, again, we will have auth provider if you have authentication to be given. So auth provider is where we will be giving the client ID, client secret, and any detail related to org2, so that it will authenticate with the external system first. Okay. So once the external credential is also created, we need to create name credentials, and then we can create a permission set where we will give users to use this external credential. Okay, I hope you got it right. We have three components that we need to create as part of name credentials. Now it's time to create name credentials. So this is org1. This is where we'll create name credentials. We are doing outbound integration from this system. Okay, so search for name credentials. To create name credentials, we need external credential. Okay, so in external credentials, to create external credential, you need auth provider. You see, if I select OAuth 2.0, then it will ask me to select auth provider. So we need to create auth provider first before we create external credential. In the previous slide, I have shown auth provider as part of external credential. So we need to create auth provider. So click on auth provider, and here click on auth provider and provider type. We are trying to call another Salesforce org. So we need to select Salesforce here. And here it will ask some details. I will say second org. So we are trying to say that we want to authenticate with second org. Okay, and here it will ask consumer secret and consumer key. You see, so this is where you need to copy and paste, and again copy under secret and paste. So we have consumer key and consumer secret ready. And rest of the details I think you can leave as is, and in the scope you can mention as full and refresh token. And I think we are good to go. So I'll click on save. Now carefully observe. So if I scroll down, it has created some Salesforce configurations, out of which there is something called callback URL. So we need to copy this callback URL. So after the authentication is done, we are telling to which page it has to navigate. So this is that URL. So we need to copy. And if you remember in connected app, I was saying that we'll have some default value as is, right? This callback URL. We need to paste it here. Now scroll down and we need to paste it in this callback URL and click on save. Again, it will take 10 minutes to take effect. Okay, if you try to call immediately, this will not work. But usually, as soon as you create or update connector app, it will take some time. Now we have created our auth provider. Now it is time for us to create external credentials. So search for name credentials. And in here you need to search for external credentials, click on new, and here you need to say second org access please, and just copy paste the name and authentication protocol. We are doing OAuth 2, and here you need to select our auth provider. So this is the one which we just created, and in scope you just provide the same. So full and refresh token, and click on save. Our external credential is now ready. Now we need to create name credential. Click on new, and here give some name. So I will give second org access. Here you need to provide domain URL of which org you are trying to contact. We are in org1, we wanted org2 to call, right? Either I can directly copy from here, or you can also go to my domain in the setup and then get it. Okay, but I will get it from here. This is the URL. And enable for callouts, and in external ID search our external ID external credential we have created, and then we are good. Now click on save. Now our name credential has been created. Okay, so now again if we go to our external credential where we have auth to created, we need to create a principal here. So click on new, and here you give some parameter name like authenticate or authenticate test, whatever it is, and identity type select name principal and search and make full scope as full. Click save, and now you should be seeing that record here saying authentication status is not configured. Okay, so if I click on action, you see something called authenticate. Click on authenticate here. Now it will take you to the login page where you need to provide your access. So there is a user that we have created in org2, right? That user access that you need to provide. You can either give your system admin access of this org, or you can give the user that we have created. So I forgot the password of the other user I have created, so I am just using the system admin credential. So click on login, and this should allow you to access this API. So click on allow. As soon as you clicked on allow, basically the authentication is already done in the behind the scenes. So now from this org, whoever is holding access on this name credential can access this particular org for APIs. By doing this authentication, you see the status says scopeful, authentication status is configured. So with this, you can understand that name credentials have now the ability to call the external service automatically. You really don't need to give username and password every now and then to call the external service. If you want to call any service from this org, you call it. This name credentials will take care of authentication behind the scenes. So burden of authentication will be taken care by name credentials from now on. Okay, we have created the external credential, we have created the name credentials, and now the next step is permission set. So click on permission set. I will create a new permission set here. So permission set, click new, second org access, click save. In permission set, there are two places that we need to give permission. First, on object settings, we need to give access on user external credentials. So here user should be having read or view all access. I will be giving all the accesses. So click on save. So object permission is something like you have access to external credentials, but which external credential principals is something which we will define here. You see, click on this now. Principal accesses are nothing but this is where the authentication happened. So click on edit, and you should be seeing the latest created access. You see, second org access authenticate test. So click on here and click on save. Now we have our permission set ready. We need to assign this permission set to the logged in user. So click on add, and I will assign it to my username and click on next, assign, and done. So we are done with our name credentials. So we have given the name credentials the ability to call from this org to this org automatically when I wanted to call anything. So name credentials will take care of the authentication. I really don't need to worry. Simple. So we have done our name credentials also. Now we are done with every step. Now we need to call from org1 to org2. So we need to send details from org1 to org2 to insert an account in org2. So we are using OAuth2 to connect from this org to this org. We have defined that OAuth2 details in this name credentials. Without name credentials, if you need to do OAuth communication from system A to system B, if system A needs to call to system B with OAuth2, it needs to make two requests. First request to call the authorization with the username, password, client ID, client secret details and all, so that the system B will provide the access token back to system A. With that access token, it works like a temporary ID card. With that access token, it needs to call the actual API to insert account. And once that account has been inserted, it will give back the response. OAuth2 is all about secure transaction, hence it follows this path. But as we have done this authentication in name credentials itself, we could avoid this request in our HTTP callout. This is why name credentials are powerful. We are completely avoiding this step because we have handled this in name credential now. So we can directly call this particular account API, but where we are calling, we need to mention that, hey system B, I am calling from system A and this is my name credentials. It's a kind of permanent ID card. Now it's time to create callout. So click on developer console, click on new class. Okay, click on new class and callout from SF1 to SF2. Click on OK. We need to write a method where we will do the actual callout. So static void send callout org2, and here we need to create a request. So HTTP equal to new HTTP. We need to create the instance of HTTP and then we need to create a request. So for request we need another instance of HTTP request. So request equal to new HTTP request. So for this instance, this is where we need to set the endpoint URL. We need to set the method, request method. We need to set the body, and then finally we need to send it. Okay. So set endpoint. So actual endpoint URL is something like this: HTTP slash. We need to provide that domain URL, which is this domain URL. We need to copy the URL and slash services slash data slash version slash sobject slash account. Okay, and if you see, we have domain URL and later we have this particular actual API. This is the API to create account. Okay, we can include the name credentials which will do the authentication. So we need to write something called callout and we need to give the name credentials name. So go to name credentials and this is the name of our name credentials. So copy this, paste it here. That's it. In endpoint, we are providing callout so that authentication will happen. Once the authentication is success, then it will call this API where we are trying to insert an account. Okay. So endpoint is ready. Next, we need to set the method. So we are trying to insert the record. So this is post method. And we'll set headers application slash JSON. And we need to set body, right? So in body, we will send just the name field. Okay. So I will give something like this is the format to send name colon. This is data from org1. Okay. So we're expecting this to create an account with this name. Okay. So we have set body and finally we can send this request. Okay. It is set header. We need to create response instance to capture the response. HTTP response res new HTTP response, and in response, for response we need to send this request to external system, right? For that we have method called send, and in this method we need to put request. So This method will send this request to external system, and once that external system responds, then it will get that response and will save it here. So we will put a debug log to display what we are getting in the response. Okay, response and res.getBody, and then we are done with our callouts. Let's test it out. Okay, so to call this particular method, either we can create one LWC and then call this method, or we can directly call it from execute anonymous. So copy and dot, and then we can have it here. So we are calling this method directly from execute anonymous, and we'll see if we are able to call this external system or the second org. Click on execute highlighted and search for logs, and it is success. Let's check the response. You see the response says ID equal to some account ID and success equal true. Okay, let's check whether it has created an account or not. Search for accounts in the second org, and you should be seeing this new record. You see, this is data from org1. See, as easy as that. This is as simple as that, right? I think now you would know how to call from one system to another by using name credentials authentication. If name credentials authentication is not there, this request would look like something like this. So we need to have two requests. This request should actually call the authentication URL. Here you need to give authentication URL, and you need to pass all your name. In here you need to send username, password and all. Username, password, client ID, client secret, and then you will get response. In this response you will have access token. Using that access token, you need to call the actual API, account API to insert. So there should be two calls. Okay, so now we have avoided it completely by using name credentials. So that is the power of name credentials. In summary, the beauty of name credentials in Salesforce can be defined here. So if you see, without name credentials, what needs to happen is whenever Salesforce needs to authenticate or call the external system, it needs to make two requests. First request with the username, password, client ID and client secret key that is received from the external system. And we need to call the authorization API, and the external system will return back the access token, and it is like a temporary ID card for us. With that access token, Salesforce needs to make a second request, which is the actual request that we wanted from the external system, along with the access token that we have received in the first request. Taking this access token, external system will send the respective data back to Salesforce. That's how it works without name credentials. But with name credentials, as already the name credentials which has the external credentials has the authentication done already, we can directly call the external API which we wanted along with the name credentials. Then what it happens is it will internally call the authorization, and it will get authorized, and it will directly call our respective API and gets data back to Salesforce. So if you see, with name credentials we have only one call that we have performed, but without name credentials we have to do two calls. That's how it works. Hope now you got how powerful name credentials are. Scenario number 10. I am doomed. My manager asked me to integrate Salesforce to send account data to 100 systems once an account is created in Salesforce. Those 100 systems needs to receive this account data. Now I am planning to write REST callouts with 100 systems needs to contact all 100 systems to get username, password to access their data. Okay, so first thing we need to find whether it is outbound or inbound. So in this case, let's understand the scenario again. So here, if you see, Salesforce needs to send account data to external system, not only one but to 100. When this should happen? This should happen on account creation. So as Salesforce is initiating a call to send the data to external system, Salesforce is sending out something. So as Salesforce is initiating the call to send out something, this is an outbound integration. So we need to contact 100 systems. Makes sense. For each callout to external system with REST callout, we need to have endpoint URL, username, password and client ID, client secret for each of the system, which means we need to have 100 endpoint URLs, 100 username and passwords, 100 client IDs. Then we need to write 100 REST callouts. No, we don't need to do that. Of course, we can do REST callouts to 100 systems by grabbing 100 different usernames, password, endpoint URLs from the system, but this is not the ideal way to do it. Though it is possible to do it, but that is not at all optimized. Presenting you platform events. Platform events are kind of publishing or broadcasting messages. In this case, we are publishing or broadcasting our account data. What are you saying? Broadcasting messages. Is it radio or something to broadcast messages? Come on. Exactly. Platform events are kind of radio. Let's take an example here. So if you see, there is a radio. I know we are not using FMs anymore at our house, but we are using FMs in our vehicles, right? When we go on car, we will tune to the respective FM station and then we can hear some songs or hear some broadcasting messages that FM is sending, correct? Now if you see, let's say there is an FM station with a frequency of 105.7, and now let's say there are 3 cars going on road, and this car has tuned to 105.7 and this car also tuned to 105.7. and this car tuned to a different frequency which is 120.5. Now in this scenario, these 2 cars will listen whatever this particular FM station is broadcasting. Maybe it is a song, it is some news, etc. But this car will not be able to receive whatever this particular FM station is broadcasting, right? In the same way, platform events also will work. Platform events have the ability to broadcast messages into a event bus. Okay, so when it does that, whichever external system subscribed, you see there is an event name, my first event. So let's say there is a platform event called my first event __ e. E means event. Whichever systems which were subscribed to this my first event __ e, they will receive whatever messages that are being broadcasted because of this platform event. There is another external system which did not subscribe to it, but it subscribed to some other platform event. It will not receive the event, it will not receive the message that this particular platform event is sending. It will receive the message which AXBCD __ E is sending. I hope this example is clear. Now, so when they subscribe, the external systems has to subscribe to this format. Even though I mentioned my first event __ E, but actually the exact syntax is data / whatever the event name __ E. E stands for event. In the external system, whichever is having the ability to subscribe, they will be seeing these events which are available with Salesforce. In technical terms, this is how platform event works. Let's say in Salesforce, whenever platform event is published or fired, then it will go to event bus. Okay, this is called event bus. Now this broadcast message or published message will go into event message and it will wait there. Whichever external system subscribed, that will actually receive that based on the platform event name. So in this case, if external system 1 and external system 2 subscribe to this particular event, they will receive the message. If external 3 also published to the same event, then it will receive it. Else, it will receive some other message which was broadcasted by its subscribed platform event. This is how it works. So this terminology you need to know. Something called event bus. Event bus is something where the broadcast messages or published messages or published data will actually go. That's interesting. So I could broadcast same message from Salesforce to 100 systems and I will ask them to tune or subscribe to it. How to broadcast messages it, by the way? Okay, first thing is, even though we used broadcast messages so far, so that's more of a radio terminology, but in Salesforce we should be using publishing the events. Broadcasting messages is pretty much same as publishing the events. Now Salesforce can publish events in 3 different ways. One is by using flows, second one by using Apex, third one by using API. So we need to create a platform event first. Creation of platform is pretty much same as creation of a custom object. After you create a particular platform event, then you can write your logic on flow or Apex or API to send whatever data you wanted to send to the external system. As I mentioned, platform events are pretty much similar to custom object in many ways. So in custom objects, you know, right, we need to know the object API, then create the instances or populate the fields and insert or update. This is how we will write an code to insert some data or update some data from Apex or from flow, whatever it is. Even in platform event also it is same. How you will publish is something, you need to find the API name. API name is my first event __ E. You need to create the instance of that particular object or event and populate the values. Like object, we can create fields in platform event also. Populate field in the sense whatever data that you want to send. In our scenario, we need to send account data. So in platform event, we can create some account name, account industry, or account age, whatever it is, and then we can just populate the values by doing some logic. Once that population is done, we need to publish the event. In custom object, we'll insert particular record into the system, right? Publish event will actually broadcast these messages or broadcast this event to external systems. This fires an event. After you publish the event, this fires an event into the event bus with the message. Subscribers can receive this message. So publishing the event is the only difference between custom object and platform event. Rest of it is pretty much same. Custom object will insert data into the system, Salesforce system. Platform event will publish the message to the external system. Their structure is same, but their functionality is different. Now, as per the requirement, we need to try sending a platform event, and then external system should be receiving it. There should be 100 systems. Of course, we cannot have 100 systems to test, but we should be having at least one system where we can show how we can tune to the respective platform event, or like subscribe to the respective platform event, and then receive the account data, correct? So, but in this scenario, we'll try to do this. We will create a platform event called new account __ e. Whenever an account is created, we'll publish this event using flows, and we will have MuleSoft system configured where MuleSoft system will receive this particular platform event. So how MuleSoft will receive it? It needs to subscribe to it. So as part of this scenario, we have two systems. One is Salesforce. We will use our existing Salesforce or where we have done all our scenarios, and now we'll create. Now, as part of external system, we'll try to configure this particular MuleSoft system, how to subscribe to this platform event, and then we'll see how we'll get the data as soon as this platform event is fired. MuleSoft, I know nothing about MuleSoft. How can I understand it? What are you saying? Don't worry. MuleSoft installing is as easy as Instagram installation and setting up your profile and posting your first photo. Even I don't know anything about MuleSoft till yesterday night. I did 1-2 hours of research on MuleSoft. Then I was able to understand it's an easy tool, and I will try to explain whatever it is required for this use case. Not more, not less. Okay. For this scenario, we need to have MuleSoft system as an external system. So let's install that MuleSoft software. So go to Google, search for Endpoint Studio download, and you should be seeing download Endpoint Studio and Mule. Click on it. Here you need to give details to proceed. So in product selection, click on Endpoint Studio and Mule. So click on this, and version should be latest. Operating should be whatever the operating system you are doing. So I'm selecting Windows here. Now you need to give a name and email. Give rest of the details and click download. Now in your email, you should be receiving a link for it. So go to your email. You should be getting an email something like this with a download link. Click on this and download zip file. Copy this code and download it. Your download will start, and it will take a while to complete the download because this is a big file. For people who wants to follow me along, you also can download the file like I did, and then once the file load is downloaded, you can extract this here. So click here and then click on extract all. Click extract. Extract has been completed. Let's open this folder. Click on any point here, and then so this is the application. Click on it. Make sure that you are putting in some root folder, whether it is C or D drive or E drive, okay? Because these files are little big, so when you extract, it is difficult for MuleSoft to open it. Okay, so let's do that in my D drive, and I'm extracting here. Extract all. Click extract, and this will take a while, so maybe like 3 to 5 minutes, I guess. So let's wait for it, or I will forward it. So this is the extracted folder. Click on it, and you should be seeing the Endpoint Studio application. So click on it. It will ask a directory to select for workspace. So I would recommend to choose a root directory again. I will select D drive here and then click on launch. Click on continue to Studio, and your Endpoint Studio interface is ready. So our external system is ready. How to configure, how to subscribe to platform events is something which we need to see. But before, we need to go to Salesforce, and then we need to create platform event. So let's get back there. Now we are in Salesforce. So like we have discussed, we need to have a user for external system. So I will use my same system admin user, or you can create your own user for MuleSoft. So I will have that username and password anyhow. And so for security token, as you already know, you need to just click on reset my security token in setup, in settings, and click on reset security token. Then you will receive that security token. I have all those things like ready, username, password, and I have the security token also. And we can create a connected app for this one. So let's go back and create a connected app. So go to setup. By this connected app will generate client ID and client secret, which we need to share it with external system. In this case, we need to share it with MuleSoft. So click on app manager. In app manager, you can have new connected app from this button. So click on new connected app, and here you can select some names. I will do MuleSoft external system and give some contact ID. I will give my email ID here and enable auth settings. Okay, this is important. So click on it. Here you need to select. You can select a very specific API, but I will give full access at this point of time. So give some callback URL. I'll give http login.com and I will click on save. And this will take around 10 minutes to take effect. So we need to wait for that time. But we can click on new so that we know what is client ID and client secret. So if you see, there is manage consumer details. You click on it, and here you will get some verification code for your email which is associated with Salesforce account. So I give that verification code, and you see there is consumer key and consumer secret key. So you need to copy these things. So I will copy and I will paste it somewhere. I'll paste it here. Client ID from MuleSoft is this. Client secret is this. So we have our client ID and client secret ready. We have the username ready. Now it's time for creating a platform event. So you can just search platform event in your setup, and you should be seeing platform events here. You click on it. So creation of platform events is very much same like custom objects. So you can just give label and plural label. So I will give my account event, and you can give the same plural name and publish after commit, let it be, and have the default value as deployed, and click on save. Your platform event has been created. Now I need to create some fields because this is how we will be sending some data. So I'll create a text field, click on name of account, and give some field length, maybe 255. Click on save, and I will have only one field. You can create any number of fields, but as for this scenario, we just need to send account name. So I'm creating account name here. Now we need to fire this event. When we want to fire this event, whenever account is created, we wanted a platform event to fire to external systems, right? So we'll create a record trigger flow for this one. So search for flow and click on flows, and in this flows we'll click on new flow, and I will click on start from scratch, click on next, and click on record trigger flow, create. And whenever account is created, I don't want any conditions to be there, but I wanted it on account. So I'll select account object. So whenever account object is created with no conditions, I want to do some action. What action I want to do? So I need to click on plus. Here, to create or to publish or to fire a platform event, we need to create a record for platform event. So there should be create. So we'll click on create records. In here we'll say publish platform event. Okay, here we need to select manually, and here we will select the object. So what is our object name? My account event. Your platform events ends with __e. Now here we need to select a field. So name of the account field. So as this is a record trigger flow on account, we should be having the record name or account name in this particular variable. So record dot whatever name that we given it on the account. So this name will be assigned to the platform event name of the account field, and as soon as a record has been created, this will publish a platform event to the systems. Whichever system subscribe to that event will receive that event. Okay. Now click on save. We'll say that platform event flow from account. Okay, and then click on save. So we have our flow ready. which means our gun and bullet is ready. Now we need to configure the external system now. So let's go back to the external system. So from Salesforce end, we are done with everything. So we have our platform event. We also configure when it has to fire, right? So let's go back to MuleSoft. Now that we have MuleSoft system, we need to create a workflow which should grab those events, which should subscribe to that platform event and should display that message to us. Okay. So for that, we just need to create a project first. Click on Mule project. Give some name. SF Salesforce platform event demo, and then click on finish. Okay, now if you see, this has created the structure, and now we need to create the workflow, right? So to create the workflow, MuleSoft is an advanced tool and it is industry standard tool. So it has some out of box features which can subscribe to our events. So search something like subscribing right side palette. Subscribe, you see subscribe channel listener. So grab that and then put it here. Now it has created some structure, right? So this is the structure which is responsible for subscribing our events. Okay, if you see in the down below, it is saying that connector configurator. What is it saying? So you said to subscribe. So you need to say to which system I need to connect and to subscribe that. So this is where we need to give the Salesforce login details so that this will get connected to Salesforce. Once we get connected, then we will know what to subscribe. Okay. So first we need to connect Salesforce system. So click on plus. It will ask you to select the type of authentication. In here, select OAuth username and password. So here you need to provide consumer key, consumer secret, which is client ID, client secret, username, password, security token, and token endpoint. So this is where the authentication will go. So client ID we need to copy it from where we have copied. So copy, Control C, paste, client ID, again go there, get the client secret. Client ID and consumer secret both are same. And go here, and for username, scroll up. I have saved my username. I'm using my system admin credentials. You can create one more user for MuleSoft and then do it. But as this is for scenario based, I am using my system admin credentials. Copy username here, password, and here in security token, you can copy the security token which you got in the email. So I have copied my security token somewhere here. Paste it here. And this is the authentication URL. I think we are all good. Let's try to do our test connection. So consumer key is ready, which is client ID, client secret, username, password, security token. In some of the places where they don't ask, in some of the external system where they don't ask security token, you need to give security token along with password, something like password, and you need to append this without any spaces, just add directly here. So password and your security token should come next to next. If security token was not differentiated in a separate field. Okay. So click on test connection and wait for the result. Yeah, see, test connection successful. So now we are good to connect with Salesforce. As we have connected now, we'll click on OK here. Now if you see, this is fine. Now we see it says streaming channel. So now external system is connected to a Salesforce org. Now what it needs to do, it needs to subscribe to one of the platform event that we have created. As there is only one platform event, if we search here, you see it is showing my account event. Let's say if there are multiple events, you will see multiple events where you can subscribe to whatever event that you are planning to subscribe. So you are selecting this one. Okay. So this is how you will connect by using this connector configurator in MuleSoft. This is how you will subscribe to a particular platform event, right? So subscription is done. So now it will be able to listen to your particular events. Whenever event is fired from Salesforce, this will listen. Now it is time for us. So we have subscribed, right? Now it is time for us to display that message to user interface. So that is something like we have system.debug log for printing in Salesforce, println or printf that we have it in C or Java. We have something called a logger in MuleSoft to display something. So just grab it and then put it here. So in here, you click on here and then click on this graphical view. Okay. So whatever message that you are getting, you wanted to display that in JSON format. So you just need to make as output application/JSON and some dots here, and then you just can display payload and done. So we are good with the logger now, which will display the data. We have the subscribe channel. Now we can start this. This will run the application to make sure everything is correct. Yeah, now this is deployed now, and this console is currently running. You should be seeing the stop icon, which means this is currently running, which means this is ready to accept any platform events that got fired. Okay. Now let's come back to Salesforce. As our flow is already ready, let's try to create an account. Now click on accounts, click on new, demo platform event from Salesforce. I will add Sreeknath at the end. Okay. Now let's click on save, and the expectation is we should be receiving a platform event at that particular MuleSoft system. Go here and you see we got our console. Here you see the name of the account and you see demo platform event from Salesforce. Let's come back here again. Let's create another account. Click on new and let's create another account, demo 2 platform event test. Click on save, and account that would have fired. Let's go back to MuleSoft and you see the first one is this and the second one is this, demo 2 PE testing. It came immediately. Now if you have observed, there is something called replay ID. Okay, so replay IDs are used whenever there is external system not available, when there is a non-availability from the external system. So which means, let's assume this MuleSoft is currently down or this is in currently terminated mode. This system cannot immediately take that particular event as soon as that has been fired. Correct? In that scenario, this particular message will be there in the event bus, and it will wait for 24 hours. It will wait for 24 hours in that event bus, and then whenever this particular MuleSoft come back again, it will check what are the messages that are there in the event bus for this particular platform event. Then it will check this replay ID. If it is not there, then it will take this up. If it is there, then it will match with the existing messages in the system, and if it is not available, only then this will take it. If it is available, it will not take it. That's how things work. Replay ID is to get that messages which may have been missed because of the system got down for some time. I hope you understood how platform events can be fired and how it can be subscribed in the external system. I just shown this MuleSoft for understanding purpose. You really don't need to have knowledge on MuleSoft, but having some knowledge on any other system is obviously a bonus for us, correct? Now we have two systems, Salesforce and MuleSoft. We need to see what are the things that we need to do from Salesforce and MuleSoft side. From Salesforce, we need to create a user for external system, and we need to create a connected app. So this connected app will create client ID and client secret, right? So those we need to share it with the external system, which means MuleSoft. And then we need to create a platform event, and we need to create the respective fields in that platform event. These fields will hold whatever data that we are planning to send to the external systems, right? Now as we have created user, there will be username and password, right? So we need to share the username, respective password will be there with them. We need to share client ID and client secret, which we got it from this connected app, and we need to let them know what is the platform event they need to subscribe. So once we share these details from MuleSoft side, they need to get these user details and connect to the Salesforce. I will show you how we can do that. And once that connection is done, they will see all the events that are available for them to subscribe. So whatever event name that we have asked them to subscribe, they need to subscribe to that respective platform event. Once they subscribe, we need to publish our event. As soon as an account is created, we'll create a flow to publish this event. We can create a flow, or we can call an Apex class from trigger, and then in Apex class also we can write the publish code. We need to publish that event by writing a code or a flow, and then as soon as you do that, it will go to event bus. Any external system that is subscribed to this event will receive these events automatically, and it will come to their workflow. Once they get this data, they can do whatever they want. They can insert into the respective system, or they can pass on to some other external system also. This is how the workflow will be. Let's see the common use cases of platform events. First thing is whenever there is no coding has to be done for broadcasting of messages or sending of data. And the size of the body should be maximum of 1 MB. It should not be more than MB. So for small data transfers between systems, we can use this platform events also. And scalable solution for any number of systems. This is very important. So as this is a kind of broadcasting, there can be any number of external systems. Let's say we have configured this for 10 systems and tomorrow there is a need of another system to be part of it. So we don't need to do anything. As this is a platform event, broadcasting will be same. Only the new system needs to subscribe to this event and then we are good to go. So that's how this is very much scalable if there are any number of systems. And this is a fire and forget integration pattern, which means you fire the message and you don't need any response from the external system, then that is called fire and forget pattern. Things we have learned as part of this scenario. We have learned how to fire platform events and we also have seen how to subscribe to those platform events from external system. And one more point, this is an asynchronous call as Salesforce system is firing something to external system and it will not wait because these are events. Events will fire once and it will forget. It's kind of fire and forget patterns. It is pretty much like FM radio will broadcast a message and will not expect users to say that, okay, I'm receiving your message or news or songs, right? That's pretty much same as this. Let's get back to cheat sheet again. So whenever a requirement says if Salesforce needs to call to external system and it needs to send to multiple systems, not one, many system, and if coding should not be allowed and if response is also not required, then we need to choose platform events. Because platform events is having that ability to broadcast the messages to multiple systems at once. Scenario number 11. I understood platform events very clearly. My new requirement became very complex. For any data change happens in Salesforce on account, contact, opportunity, case objects, the old and new change of the values to be sent to 100 systems. Do I need to write flows for every field change on each of these objects and publish through platform events? Okay, let's try to understand your scenario. So you see, whenever any field change happens for an account object or contact object or opportunity object or on case object happens, those field changes, both old value and the new value, has to be sent to 100 systems. First, we need to understand whether it is outbound or inbound. As you can see, Salesforce is trying to send data to 100 different systems. So as Salesforce is initiating the request, this is an outbound integration. Now, let's come back to our scenario. Can we use platform events for this? Let's understand. So on account object, if any field changes, then it should send to external system. On contact, any field changes, it should send to external system. On opportunity, any field changes, it should send to external system, and so does for case 2. Let's assume there are 50 fields on each of this object. And as we have seen in our previous scenario, whenever a record is created on account record, send it to the external system. Now on account object, we need to write something like this. If field 1 old value not equal to field 1 new value, which means if the field has been changed, we need to fire this event. We need to write a publish event code. In the same way for field 2 also, we need to write the same logic to publish the event. In this publishing of event, we need to send the old value and the new value of that particular field. We need to do the same for all 50 fields. There should be 50 conditions for 50 fields to know if the field has been changed, and we need to write logic 50 times to publish the event. Now this is only for one object. We need to do the same for next 3 objects, which means same 50 conditions for other objects also. Which means it will be total 50 into 4 will make total 200 conditions to be written to publish this. Let's assume tomorrow another 10 fields come. We need to add those 10 fields also into these conditions. So if we use platform events, this is the complexity that we will be in. So we are not going to use this platform events at all for this scenario. So for this, I am presenting you change data capture events. This automatically publishes and broadcasts messages on data change on any objects. You don't need to write the code. Whenever data change happens on any object, if you define it, then automatically it will publish. You don't need to write the publishing of code, publishing of event at all. Change data capture events and platform events are kind of similar, but there is only one difference. So both of them are useful for broadcasting messages. Both does the same kind of thing. any record change happens, that will publish this event automatically. So this is where we are using change data capture. In platform event, we need to explicitly define when we need to publish that event. In our previous case, we said when our account is getting created, we said we need to publish that event, correct? Change data capture, we need to prefer when we want to publish on any data change, okay? And platform events on any specific logic. So it is something like it is tailor-made for your requirement. This is for any data change. So CDC capture events is used for any data change that you want to fire publishing of events. And the syntax is data / whatever the custom object name _ change event. If it is standard object, you just need to define standard object without _ change events. That's the only syntax. In platform events, I think we have already seen data / my event _ e. Here _ change event. Okay, that's the only difference. It's pretty much same. Nice. This is what I'm looking for. How to enable this automatic publishing of CDC events? Simple. You need to enable in setup. In setup, we have change data capture option, and in that you need to enable it for any object you define. It will showcase all the objects that are available in Salesforce. You can select which object you want to enable this. And once you enable it, if there is any field change, it will publish that event. You need to live with it. Let's say you have 50 fields and you want one of the field change should not be publishing the event. There should be only 49 fields where the event has to publish, and one field it should not publish. No, you cannot restrict it. If it is enabled for all the fields in that object. So any change happens on that object, it will fire it. Like we have seen in the platform events, this is how things works. We'll have change data capture event. It will fire it. It will go to event bus. Whichever system that subscribes to that particular event, those events will come to this particular external systems automatically. And for this scenario, we need to have one external system, right? Whenever we have account change event happens, whenever contact change event happens, or case and opportunity event happens, it should be sent to MuleSoft. We need to fire this, but that firing will be taken care by change data capture. So on record change or like data change, this will get fired. MuleSoft needs to subscribe to all these 4 events. As I mentioned, for standard events, there will not be any underscore between object and the change event. But in custom object, you will see underscore between that object name and the change event. So MuleSoft needs to subscribe to all these events. Like we have seen in the previous platform event, we'll use MuleSoft again for this scenario. Now it's time to create change data capture. So for that, we need to go to setup and search here for change data capture. Click on it. So in here, we need to select the objects. Okay, so let's say I wanted to have this change data capture to be enabled. I need to select the objects. So as per the requirement, we need to have on account, on contact, on case, and on opportunity. What does that mean? So whenever there is a change happens on any of these 4 objects, that will be broadcasted to the event bus. Whichever system subscribed to this event will receive the data. So if you see that change, when I mention change, that change would be on creation of the record, updation of record, deletion of record, and undeletion of record. You just select here, then any of these operation happens, this event will fire. There is no extra thing that you need to do. So in platform events, you need to write a specific condition saying that if this field matches with this, or whenever a record is created, it will just send whatever data you want to send. In our previous scenario, we only sent account name, right? But in here, it will send what is the value that got changed, the old value and the new value. And it happens for every other field on this object. Now from Salesforce side, we have done everything. So like we discussed in this slide, so we need to have a user. We will be using system admin credentials. We need to have a connected app. Anyhow, we have created a connected app for MuleSoft. So we can use the same details, and we have enabled change data capture. So from Salesforce side, we have everything done. Let's go to MuleSoft and let's try to subscribe to this change data capture. So click on MuleSoft tool. Let's get back to MuleSoft. Here, this is something which we have done for the previous scenario, platform events, right? Now we need to create the same for change data captures. So I'll create a new project for it. Right click, new MuleSoft. Now give a project name. So I will give it as sales change data capture demo and click finish. Let's clear the console. So I will just clear this console. Now here we need to drag the subscribe. So we need to subscribe, right? So let's search here something called replay channel listener. For platform event, we have used subscribe channel listener, but for change data capture, we need to use replay channel listener. So here we need to connect the configuration to Salesforce. So I will click on plus, and in here I will OAuth username and password, and here consumer key, we'll get it and paste it here. Copy client ID and paste in consumer key. Client secret in consumer secret. Username. Password. Security token. And click OK. We need to test the connection also. So let me click on test connection. Test connection. Test connection successful. So click on OK and OK. Message flow. And here we have our configuration ready. Now we need to subscribe to our change data capture event, right? So if I click on this drop down, it will list out all the events, not only change data capture events, it also listed out the platform event. If you see, we have selected 4 data capture change events, right? One is account, case, contact, and opportunity. So you can see all of them. So in this scenario, I will subscribe to maybe contact change event. Okay, I will click on contact change event, and replay option I will click on all, and we are good here. Now we will put a logger here. So to print out the data that we have got from the Salesforce. So in logger we need to click on this, click on here. Here I will just type output. I want to display in JSON structure, payload. Now I think we are ready. Click on done. Right click, run, save. So now this will start running. Now this is deployed. Now we can test this up. Now let's come back to Salesforce. Click on contact, create a new contact and check. So I will give some values. Just Vegi, Sreeknath, and we'll give some contact. Salesforce title, test, department. I'll give some random dates, phone. Yeah, let's click on save. Save, and the contact has been saved. Let's go back there and then see whether we got the response. You see, in here we got it, and it says first name Vegi, last name Sreeknath, salutation, department, owner. So it has sent every detail of that particular record. But in platform event, you need to define which field to send and all, right? So change data capture is sending every field. Now, so on create, this has sent every detail, right? Now let's come back to this record. Now we'll change some detail. Let's assume I will change this phone number, okay? We have changed the phone number. Maybe I will change the department. And click on save. Now we'll see what happens in MuleSoft. Click on MuleSoft again. Say new response. Change type is update. And you see payload. In payload, it is only sending the department, DT updated, and phone. It has the phone number. And it said what are the fields that were changed during this period. So it says phone value changed and department value changed. Of course, last modified date will be always changed, right? Whenever some update happens. So whenever a field has been changed, it will say what are the fields that were changed, and it will give you the details of that field values. And this particular change event will work same for deletion or updation or undeletion and all, and it applies for all the other objects. In this subscription, we only subscribe for contact, but you can also do for account, you can also do for case, you can also do for opportunity, but you need to create separate listeners for each of those objects. Use cases of CDC events. When the use case requires no coding and size of the body can be maximum of 1 MB, and it could be a scalable solution for any number of systems. It's pretty much same as platform events, but the best use case is data replication or all data change capturing in external systems. Let's say every day there are lakhs of records that are creating in Salesforce, and that has to be auto synced with some external system automatically. Then you enable change data capture, then Salesforce will do the job. Then as soon as the record is created, it will send it to the external system. As soon as the record is changed, it will sync it to the external system. As soon as the record has been updated or deleted or undeleted, it will be synced to the external system. How many number of records? It doesn't matter. It can synchronize that. So this is the best use case. But this use case is something which you cannot do with platform events, because in platform events, you need to define when to send that platform event and what are the fields that you need to send. And like platform events, this is a fire and forget pattern. You send that message, you will not wait for the response from the external system. Simple. It's time for a knowledge check. So Salesforce wants to send data to 200 external systems. Which way suits this requirement? Is it platform event or is it change data capture event? And the answer is both. So platform events and change data capture events both are basically event driven. Whenever you have some event happens and if there is some message to be broadcasted, both of these can be used. Next question. If account is updated and if account industry is communications, then send this data to 100 external systems. Which one to choose? Platform events or change data capture? And the answer is platform events. Simple thumb rule. Whenever a condition is required to send the data, then always choose platform event. Change data capture events are not relied on any conditions. Whenever a record is created or updated, deleted or undeleted, events will be fired automatically. There is no conditions as such required for change data capture. Simple theory. Send any data change on account and contact to external systems. Includes any insert, update, upsert and delete. Which one to choose? Platform events or change data capture events? Apply the thumb rule. I think you would know the answer very easily. And the answer is change data capture. Data / my event _ e is format of which event? Platform event or change data capture event? And the answer is platform event. So don't forget, _ e is nothing but events, but both platform event and change data capture events are events itself. But for platform events, it is that event name _ e. You will be creating an event and that name _ e is the format. Data / account change event is format of which event? Platform event or change data capture event? And the answer is change data capture event. So as the name says change event, so this is the suffix for any change data capture event. So data / account change event is for account object, no underscores for standard object events. But let's say if you are doing the change data capture for any custom object, then it will be data / custom object _ change event. You see there is an underscore between the object name and the change event. That's the only difference. So change data capture events will always have change event as a suffix. Maximum size of event message that we can send via platform event or change data capture event. Is it 1 MB or 1 GB? And the answer is 1 MB. In change data capture event, when data changes, only the fields that were changed will be sent. Hence, usually the size is less than 1 MB. And for platform events, you will only send some specific data. Whenever some condition matches, you need to define what data to be sent. And that data also will be usually less than 1 MB. So this usually works. In some conditions, for some reason, the data that you are putting is really higher, then the event publishing will fail. Now it's time for golden rule. If your requirement says you need to send data to multiple systems, you got two options: platform events and CDC events. If every data change needs to be sent to external system, choose CDC. In any other case, choose platform events. Things we have learned as part of the change data capture events. So in this scenario, we have learned how to fire change data events, and we also have seen how external system has to subscribe to this change data capture events. And this is an asynchronous call like you have seen. So change data capture events are also kind of platform events which will fire events to an event bus, and from that event bus, whichever systems that subscribes to that particular events will receive those events. That's how these things works. Even this is also considered as fire and forget pattern. Let's come back to cheat sheet again. So whenever a scenario comes where Salesforce has to call external system and For every update we do it in Salesforce, if it needs to be broadcasted to multiple, and if coding is not allowed and if response is not required, then we need to choose change data capture events. As the name says, change data. Whenever some data changes in Salesforce, whether it is insert or update or any object, if that data has to be sent to external systems, not one, multiple systems, then we need to choose change data capture event. So it can be a single system or it can be multiple systems. Change data capture events will work like a charm. Scenario number 12. Hi, we have two Salesforce orgs, Salesforce org A and Salesforce org B. We have huge data in Salesforce org B, but all our business users are using Salesforce org A. We want org B data to be fetched in org A but should not be stored as we have space limitation. Okay, and users also wants to update their data which should be reflected in org B, but no code. Okay, let's understand the scenario and we'll also see whether it is outbound or inbound. In this scenario, if you see, we have two orgs, Salesforce org A and Salesforce org B. A huge part of the data which needs to be used by Salesforce org A users is stored in Salesforce org B. All the business users are currently using Salesforce org A. So we need to fetch this data into Salesforce org A. So fetch account data into org. And also this users wants to update that data and that should be reflected in Salesforce org B. So basically there should be syncing of data also, right? Now guess whether it is outbound or inbound. The answer is both outbound and inbound. Why? Because from this Salesforce org point of view, it is doing an outbound call. It is initiating two calls, one to fetch. Once the data is fetched and all, users will be updating it. So it will be another request. Now from this Salesforce org B, it is getting two requests something inside to this org. So from this Salesforce org, it is inbound. As we are Salesforce developers, we are responsible to do configuration and integration of both these Salesforce orgs. So in that case, from this org, we are doing inbound. From this org, we are doing outbound. So the answer is both outbound and inbound here. Now how to achieve this? As we have seen in scenario 1, where we can do a REST callout to the external system from Salesforce org A. We will create a HTTP request. We will be setting the endpoint URL of org B, and then we will be setting the get method to get the data, and finally we'll be sending that particular request. Once we send that request, we'll get the response, and that response we will show it in the UI for these users to do something. In the same way, once they see that user, if they want to update, they can update that. If for that update we need to create another, and we need to hit another endpoint URL in the Salesforce org B, and we need to set method as post, and finally we need to post output, and then we need to send that particular request to the Salesforce org B. So there should be two different requests that is going from Salesforce org A. Like I mentioned, both these requests are outbound requests here. But for this, coding is required. But as per the requirement, we should not be doing code, right? Now what is the solution? We will not be able to use REST callouts. We cannot use SOAP callouts because that is also coding. So what is the solution? And the solution is presenting you Salesforce Connect. To do this requirement, external objects are being used. Okay, so Salesforce Connect actually connects two different orgs or two different systems, and it will get that data virtually. When I say virtually, it will not store the external data into Salesforce. And the best part of it is there is no code involved on this particular Salesforce Connect. And the other advantage is by using Salesforce Connect, whatever data that we are showing virtually in our org or in our system, we can update that data and that will automatically gets reflected into the other system. We can sync it like that. So this is a perfect match for our requirement now, isn't it? How to set up the Salesforce Connect? What exactly is an external object? Setting up is a very easy step. You need to go to setup and you need to search something called external data source, and there you have something called Salesforce Connect. So in Salesforce Connect, there are different kind of adapters. Salesforce to Salesforce or connections, Salesforce to OData connections as such. But in this scenario, we will be using something called cross org adapter. This adapter will help you to connect two different Salesforce orgs. While you are doing that, it will ask you to provide org B details, or basically the credentials. So where you will be giving the authorization details and all, like username, password, or auth details and all. And once that is done, it will show up all the objects that are available in org2, where you have an option to select which are the objects that you want to sync, and you can also update data too. In this scenario, let's say Salesforce org A has account object, contact object, and there are two custom objects, custom object 1 and custom object 2. And in Salesforce object B, we have account object, contact object, custom object A underscore underscore C, and custom object B underscore underscore C. Custom objects are different. If you see, the API names are different. Now, if you want to sync account and contact data, or if you want to get some account and contact data from the other org to Salesforce, you can set up Salesforce Connect and you can select these two objects from org B. Once you select them, they will create as external objects in this org. If you see, we already have account and contact. Now we are getting some account and contact standard objects from different org. Once you do that, they will save as object underscore underscore X. X means external object. So you will be able to differentiate by seeing the account contact or by underscore underscore X. By seeing that, you will understand this is not the actual Salesforce object. This is an external object. In these external objects, you should be able to create fields, or you can actually tag, you can actually create relationship between two external objects also, like contact and account. We have a relationship, right? You need to create an external lookup relationship. I think you may have seen whenever you create a field, you will have lookup, you have master detail, and there is something called external lookup also, and this is where that is being used. So you go to a contact object and you can create external lookup field, and that lookup you can tag it to account, so that this account and contact will be related the way standard account and contact object are related. So that is the purpose of external lookup relationship field data type when you are creating custom fields. Other benefits that you will get with this external objects is you can create reports on top of these external objects, and this will always show the real-time data. So let's say you have some data, like you have 10 records, and let's say those 10 records were updated in the other org. Now in this org, they will get automatically synced up, and data can be writable which reflects in org B. So let's say you change some data. Let's say there is an account with account A. You change some phone number. It will reflect here into this object again. So this is how we can use Salesforce Connect for our requirement. Okay, let's come back to Salesforce. So here we need to connect between org 1 and org 2, or like org A and org B. So we have already one org where we are doing all our scenarios, right? So let us create another org for doing this Salesforce Connect between this org with that new org. Okay, so let me create new credentials right away. If you wanted to do this along, you can also create the org like I'm doing now. So go for developer.salesforce.com.signup/signup, and here you need to provide your details. I'll give my details. I'm giving company name as org2, and I will give country name, and I will give some state name and some username. So let me give some username here, and click on I agree and click on sign up. You will receive an email something like this, so you can just set your password and then we should be good to go. Now if you see, this is org2 and this is demo1. Our two orgs are ready, but I will have that as a separate window for now. And now the idea is, so in org2, let's create some accounts, and we wanted these accounts to be grabbed from demo1 org. So let us create some accounts. So accounts, there are already some accounts, but I will create few accounts. Click on new and org2 account A. Save a new and org2 account B. Save a new org2 account C. So we have 3 accounts created. So it has multiple accounts, but these are few more. So I'll click on all accounts, and if you would see, there are total 13, and if you see, these are the 3 accounts that I have created. Okay, now let's go back to org1, which is demo org, and then we'll try to connect that org with this org. Okay, so what I would do is, I have pasted these two orgs next to next, and if you see, this is demo org1 and this is org2. In org2 we have 3 accounts that I have created. So now we need to connect this org with this org. Okay, so in this org I wanted to see all the accounts of org2. This is the idea. So to do that, we need to create Salesforce Connect in this org, because this is the org which is trying to get this org data into this org. So in this scenario, all our users will be using this demo1 org, and they wanted to see org2 data in demo1 org. Okay, so let's try to create Salesforce Connect. So to do that, we need to search something called external data sources. Now here we should be able to create new external data source. Okay, so I click on this one and this will ask. So I will say that org2 So which I wanted to me, which I meant to connect this Salesforce org with org2 system. Okay, now I will select which type of this, what is the type of that second system. So you need to select cross org whenever you need to connect one Salesforce system with another Salesforce system. But there are some other systems which are not Salesforce, but they are, if they support OData, then you can select these options. Okay. In these scenarios, as we are connecting from Salesforce to Salesforce, we are saying that we need to select that Salesforce Connect cross org. So I'm clicking on it. And now these are the details. So as this org is particularly a developer org, so you need to give the production URL. If it is a sandbox, then you need to select the sandbox and the respective URLs. Okay. Now if you share the identity type, I will select as named principal. And the authentication protocol, we have two options. One is OAuth2 and password authentication. This is the standard one, and we could also see the password authentication. We have seen OAuth2 authentication, right, in the previous scenario. So I am just going with password authentication because this is easy here. And we need to give the username and password of this Salesforce org user. So I would like to use the same system admin credential. So I can just give that system admin credential username and password here. So I will just type that username here, sf@demo3, and password. Here we also need to give password and security token, concatenating both password and security token without any spaces or underscore. Okay, so to do that, I think you would already know. So you need to go to settings and you need to search reset my security token, and then click on reset security token. Then I would be receiving an email. So I will open. Then you should be seeing a security token here. Copy this security token and go here and then paste it next to your password. So this is the username of this org and this is the password and security token. So click on save and it should create you a data source. Now this is yet to connect, so we need to check whether it is proper or not. So you need to click on validate and sync. Yeah, and you see there are a lot of objects that are showing up. These objects are actually objects of this org. So I wanted to sync account, right? So I will click on it and I just need to change the names. If I don't change the names, what happens is, as these are the same objects that are present in this org also, it will say that duplicate names. So if there are custom objects which doesn't present here, then it will not give any error. Okay, but I would like to change something. So I'll give account, I will just append ext at end for everything. Okay, you can give anything you want. And now I will click on sync. Now this will get the account data of this org, which means we are expecting all the 16 records, which includes these 3 records that we have created, into this org. Now syncing is done, and this is saying that there is an account txt. So we can actually create a tab for this, and we'll see whether it has really got that data or not. Okay, and before we go any ahead, it is saying the writable external object permission. Okay, we can check that, so that we'd like to change this in this org, and that should reflect here. Okay, so click on edit and then click on save. Okay, now let's go back and create a tab for this particular object. Okay, so I'll search for tabs, and here I will create a new tab. Object name is, you see, it will show us the object names which are there in the system, which are objects, but we did not create tabs yet. And the tab style, I will select some tab style, click on next. I'll have the default values as is, click on next. And I will have this as is again, so click on save. And I should be seeing some tab with accounts ext. So let's search accounts ext. You see, there is a tab. And if I go to this tab, I should be seeing 16 records, right? So click all and Ola. You see all 16 records. Along with that, we see all 3 records that we have created. So if you see, we are in demo1 org, but these orgs are virtually showing up here. These particular records doesn't consume space in this org. Okay, be very mindful. The space here will not be consumed with this data. These are virtually brought up from that org to this org. You can click on here and then you should be able to land up there. And if I want, I can just open this record and I would like to edit this. Okay, so I click updated from demo1 org. Okay, let's save this and see whether it is reflecting or not. Click on save. It got saved here. And if you see, currently it is showing org to account here, right? Let me refresh this page. And you see how interesting this is. So this particular record is now updated and the name changes to org to account here, updated from org to. So your users will access this system to get the data of this org into this system, and then they can do some changes and they can update it here also. Okay, now we have synced account, right? We can also sync contact and we can relate them also. So let's go back to the external system again. I will show you that one more interesting point there. So let's search external data sources and click on this org. Now we have only synced contact account, right? We will sync the contact object also. Okay, let's check that one. In here, search for contact. Yeah, select contact and append with something so that it will not give any errors. Txt and click on sync. Now syncing will happen immediately, and if you wanted to have that happen that background, you can check this and then you can do it. So till the syncing is done, we will be in this page only. So syncing is really happening there. You see, it took some time to refresh the page. So now we have two tabs, and I need to create tab again for contact txt. So let me create tabs. So search for tabs and click on here and then click on new again and then search for contact txt and search some default tab. Click on next, have the default values next, and then save. So we have our contact ready. So click on external click on external objects. So this is where after syncing external objects is where it is showing up. So whenever someone asks what is external objects, those are the objects which are virtually brought from some other system to Salesforce, okay, which doesn't consume any space. So click on this object. Currently we will be seeing multiple fields like you already know. So if you see, it has created the external lookup also. The relation automatically got created between this object and that object. So let's check whether the data is really tagged like that. So let's go to contacts. If you see, there should be two objects. One is the contacts of this demo org and this is the object of this org too. So let's click on all and I'll open Ashley James. And if you see, it is related to United Oil Gas UK. If I click on it, it will open the record of AccountId. So they are automatically tagged. The relationship between this object and that object is external lookup. It is not direct lookup. It is external lookup. So whenever you would have seen, whenever you are trying to create an object, right? So in the object manager, and if you see, whenever you want to create a field, it will ask you the type of field, right? So I will show you. So click on new and you see external lookup. So this lookup is being used between those two objects which are related from external system. So that is where you will use this. Here, if I open external object, along with all the fields, this is external lookup field which is relating it to the account txt. So contact txt is relating with account txt object with external lookup. And as I mentioned, all the objects, external objects, will end with suffix underscore underscore x. Like we see underscore underscore c for custom object or custom field, underscore underscore x is for external objects. So I hope the concept is clear how to connect between two orgs. We were able to see this org data in this demo 1 org. We were able to update some data here which impacted this data in the org 2. So hope things are clear. Use cases of Salesforce Connect is when the requirement says there is no code required and data should not be saved in the org, but it has to virtually be available, and reports also needs to be run on that virtual data, and you can also want to update the data and sync back to main org. These things can only happen with Salesforce Connect. Things we learned as part of this scenario is we have learned what are external objects. External objects will store data of some other org's data, that too virtually. So these external objects are used whenever we are storing some external systems data. And we also have seen how Salesforce will virtually get that data from another org and then put into these external objects. And let's come back to our cheat sheet again. So for any scenario where one Salesforce org has to get some data from another Salesforce org, and if there should not be any coding and we should be getting the data, but we should not store that data in our Salesforce org, then we need to choose Salesforce Connect, because Salesforce Connect has the ability to virtually get the data from some other Salesforce org like we have seen in our scenario. And with that, we were able to complete this cheat sheet. No, we have not yet. So let me show you one interesting thing now. Let's go back to the first scenario where if you see, if Salesforce needs to call external system and if response is needed and coding is allowed and only rest is allowed, then we will be choosing this. Fair enough. And for the second scenario also, it's pretty much same. Whatever we have selected, SOAP callout should be an ideal option for this scenario. But for the next scenario, if you see, whenever external system wants to call Salesforce and we need to get some data and coding is not allowed and only REST is allowed, we can also choose Composite API. Earlier it is only standard REST API. We are using Composite API. So Composite API is like a superset of standard API, right? Standard REST API, because Composite API is a container for multiple REST APIs. If this is being done with for this requirement, obviously this also can be done with this Composite API. As I mentioned, Composite API is like a superset of standard REST API. No change with the next one. No change with the next one as well. No change. No change. No change. No change. But here we have some change here. You see, whenever Salesforce is calling external system and for every update on multiple objects should send an notification or should send that message to external system. So change data capture has an easiest way where there is no much of a coding allowed here, right? So there is no coding allowed. You will just enable that on the objects and automatically whenever data changes on that particular objects, it will broadcast to the external systems. We can also do with platform events also, but it is not that efficient as this one, because in platform events you need to write the old value compared to new value, and if the value is changed then you need to write a flow to publish a platform event. You can do that with platform event. That doesn't mean it is a recommended way. So basically there is a possibility that we can do that with platform events, and that is all. You can take the screenshot of this cheat sheet, which will be handy for you. Else I will try to put it in my YouTube community page where you can just download it for your future reference. Let's check our knowledge on few of these scenarios. So when order is created in Salesforce and send order and its associated details to the external system. External system supports REST, response needed from external system, and coding is allowed. And if you see, the requirement is as soon as an order is created in Salesforce, we need to send its associated details like account and all. We should be sending it to external accounting system, and that should actually respond with some details like order ID to Salesforce. And the options are Apex REST callout, Apex SOAP callout, platform or CDC events, or outbound message. You can pause this and think about the solution, and the answer is Apex REST callout. Why is that? So if we carefully observe, we can rule out some of the options and finally we can narrow it down to the actual solution. First thing is, it says coding is allowed and response needed from external system. Response needed from external system in the sense external system has to send some data back to Salesforce. In this case, you see order ID is being sent. Platform event and CDC events are something, they are kind of broadcasting message. They cannot expect something in, correct? Like FM radios can broadcast something to us. We cannot give some response to them saying that, okay, we received your news kind of thing, right? So that's how platform events and CDC event works, right? Even outbound message is also kind of same thing. Even that is also event. It sends something and it will not expect some response. Okay, they are fire and forget patterns. So they won't do that. Now we are left with Apex REST callout and Apex SOAP callout. And if you see, external system supports REST. So obviously SOAP callout we can only do with the systems which are supporting the SOAP callouts, right? The answer would be Apex REST callout. And next scenario, when order is created in SOAP, send an order and its associated details to external system. External system supports SOAP. Response needed from external system and coding is allowed. And if you see, it's pretty much same except that external system supports only SOAP. And the answer is Apex SOAP callout. It's the same thing like before. Platform and CDC events and outbound messages are kind of broadcasting messages or fire and forget. They cannot give any response from external system. And as the external system supports SOAP, REST cannot be used. So Apex SOAP callout is the answer. Next question. When account or case or opportunity is created or updated in Salesforce, that created and updated, I mean to say change value, should be sent to 100 external systems. Acknowledgement is not needed and coding is allowed. So in Salesforce, whenever these three objects, either it got inserted or updated, so those values has to be sent to external system, but not just one, it has to be sent to 100 external systems. Options are Apex REST callout, platform events, change data capture events, and outbound messages. And the answer is change data capture events. But these are also selected. Why is that? So first thing is, the exact or the optimized way to do it is change data capture events, because change data capture doesn't have any code. So even though it says in the question, it says coding allowed. When it says coding allowed, we can still do it without coding, right? So change data capture events is something where you can just select what are the objects that are needed. So it will just select account, opportunity, and case, and enable it in change data capture. When there is change happens on these three objects, automatically that will be sent to all the external system which subscribes to this change data capture events. So there is no code involved, and it is very easy to configure also from change data capture events. Hence, that is the optimized and the best way possible to achieve this functionality. Now we'll talk about these two which were also highlighted, right? So even in platform events also we can do with that. Even with flows we can actually achieve this. Let's say each of these objects have 50 fields each, and whenever these 50 fields changes, then we need to publish an event, right? So whenever there are some fields that got changed, we need to write a flow where we need to say that this field is changed and all, and we need to publish an event. So in platform events we need to write three flows for three objects, and each of the flow we need to have conditions for each of the field change, and then we need to publish the events accordingly. So even this is also possible, and this is also little optimized, but it is not really right way to do it. But there is no coding involved as well, so this is another way to do it, but not recommended. And finally, Apex REST callout. So for this to achieve, we need to write HTTP logic I was mentioning, right? Where you will be setting endpoint URL, where you will be setting the methods, where you will be setting the body. That's 7 or 8 lines code that I was talking about. So you need, in the one of the scenario, you need to write that logic 100 times to 100 different systems on change of any of these objects. So which will be super tedious, but still we can do it. That's the reason we have highlighted here. But it is not at all, not even 1% recommended, but it is possible. Just because it is possible, you should not do it, because that is not at all right way, not even 1%. If you pay attention in this scenario, this includes acknowledgement not needed and coding is allowed. So this is acknowledgement not needed. Neither change data capture or outbound message or platform events. These are fire and forget events, so they won't get any acknowledgement from the external system. So in this case, this is completely fair enough. Now the next question is, when account or case or opportunity is created or updated in Salesforce, that created and updated, basically the change values, should be sent to 100 external systems. Acknowledgement is needed and coding is allowed. In this scenario, if you pay attention, acknowledgement is needed and coding is allowed. And the answer is Apex REST callout. See, the answer is super easy. Acknowledgement needed is the criteria. Neither change data capture events or platform events or outbound messages cannot get acknowledgement from their external systems, because they are fire and forget patterns. They send or they broadcast messages like FMs, and they will not be able to get response from the end users, right? In the same way, none of these things can get the response back from external systems. But Apex REST callout can send the request to the external systems and get the response. However, it's super tedious job, because it needs to create HTTP callouts, 100 callouts to 100 different systems. It is super tedious job where it needs to create HTTP request for each of the requests for each of the external system, and then need to send it to each of them separately. The code will be very huge. But out of these options, this is the only way that we can do this. Next question is, when an invoice is generated in Salesforce, send that record into the external accounting system. External system supports SOAP, no acknowledgement needed. In this scenario, Salesforce needs to send some invoice data as soon as invoice is created to external system. The options are Apex REST callout, Apex SOAP callout, platform or CDC events, and outbound messages. And the answer is outbound message and Apex SOAP callout. Why there are two again? So if you see green, that is the optimized answer, And if you see yellow, that is basically it can be done, but it is not recommended. Okay. So first thing is external system support SOAP. As soon as you see that, obviously REST callout and platform CDC are out of the picture because both of them doesn't support SOAP. But outbound messages supports SOAP. Outbound message is a SOAP. So in fire and forget events like platform events, say CDC events and outbound messages, this is the only thing where it supports SOAP. So outbound message supports SOAP, and as the name says and as the requirement says, no acknowledgement needed. So I think so outbound message can easily do it. We can write a flow, and where from in the flow we can call the outbound message. It is super easy process. And from Apex callout also we need to get the WSDL file and then need to upload it in Salesforce, and then we need to call the external system. But there is a coding involved in the SOAP callout. So that is the reason, as coding is involved and there is a better way to do it, which is outbound message. So that is the reason Apex SOAP callout we can do it, but it is not recommended. That's the only difference. Next question. After an opportunity is closed one in Salesforce, notify 100 external systems to update these details. External system supports REST and no acknowledgement needed. On opportunity is being closed, like opportunity updated to closed one status, Salesforce needs to send that opportunity details to 100 systems, and the options are Apex REST callout, Apex SOAP callout, platform and CDC events, and outbound messages. It's pretty much similar to the previous question, but in here external system supports REST. In the previous question, external system supports SOAP, and the answer is platform CDC events and Apex REST callout. So like I mentioned before, the previous scenario says that external system supports SOAP. These two options are SOAP supported. External system SOAP supported, but as per this request, external system supports REST. Hence these are two, and hence these two are rolled out. Now optimized solution is platform and CDC events. Platform and CDC events both have the ability to broadcast messages to the external systems, which are REST support. And as the no acknowledgement needed criteria is here, as these fire and forget patterns, which are platform and CDC events, are eligible to get no acknowledgement, hence this is the best possible way because there is no coding involved also. Even we can do that with Apex REST callout, like we can send it to 100 different systems, but the thing is, we need to write our code 100 times, HTTP code 100 times to create the request and then set the endpoint and set the body with the opportunity details and then sending it. That's a super tedious job, but we need to do with 100 systems. It is possible, but that is not at all optimized. Next question. External system to insert account data into Salesforce. No code allowed. Acknowledgement is required in the external system. Okay. So if you see now, external system is sending some data to Salesforce and it wants to insert AccountId data. And as soon as account is inserted here, we need to send that ID back to external accounting system. So this is completely inbound. So far whatever we have seen was outbound scenarios. Now this is an inbound scenario where external system is sending something to Salesforce, right? So in this case, they want to send account details and they want to insert account. Now the options are Apex REST callout, Apex SOAP callout, standard REST API, standard SOAP API. And the answer is standard REST API and standard SOAP API. First thing is, first two options are basically call out, because which means something Salesforce is initiating the call, right? In here, Salesforce is getting something from external system. So callouts are something when Salesforce is initiating the call. So these two things are completely out of the picture. Now, standard REST API and SOAP API. So we have for external systems to insert accounts into Salesforce or insert any other objects into Salesforce. Salesforce has pre-built APIs which supports both REST APIs and SOAP APIs. External systems which supports only REST can call Salesforce and they can call REST APIs to insert an account. In the same way, for standard SOAP APIs also, Salesforce have some APIs for update, delete, upsert, query any data in Salesforce, whether it is standard or custom. We have seen those scenarios. So the answer is standard REST API and standard SOAP API. Next question. External system to insert account, contact, opportunity data into Salesforce in a single call. No coding allowed. Acknowledgement required in external system. So external system is now sending account, contact and opportunity data to be sent to Salesforce to create. As soon as these three records are created in Salesforce, we need to send back the responses to external system. Now if you see, the options are Apex REST API, Composite API, standard REST API, standard SOAP API. And the answer is Composite API. First thing is, they said no coding allowed. So Apex REST API is a coding related one, so it is completely ruled out. Now we have three options. So it says it needs to insert account, contact, opportunity in single call. So any of the standard API, whether it is REST API or SOAP API, which are provided by Salesforce, the standard REST APIs, they can create any record for one object only. So one API call can insert any object record. If you want two records to insert, you need to call it twice, but you need to call two different APIs. First one is for account and second one is for contact. It happens for both REST API and SOAP API. But in Composite API, like the name says, Composite API is like combination of multiple APIs in a single call. So you can send three object records data into three calls, and you can put it into Composite API. So to Salesforce, it will come as a single call because the Composite API were built that way. So three calls will be merged into one single call, and it will do the job to insert account, contact, and opportunity, and it will return all those three IDs back to external system. The other beauty of this is during this insertion, it will link account and contact and opportunity and account also. So the relation between those records also will happen with the Composite API. We have seen this scenario as well. External system to send set of data into Salesforce in a single call. Salesforce to divide that set of data and insert it as account, contact. Coding is allowed and acknowledgement is required into the external system. So they are sending, external system is sending data in this format. Pay attention to this format. Account name, test name, account website is this, contact name and contact age. And once this data coming into Salesforce, it needs to create it as account and contact. Okay, the options are Apex REST API, Composite API, Standard REST API, and Standard SOAP API. And the answer is Apex REST API. Why? Why? Because this kind of format that you are seeing is not compatible with standard APIs. For standard APIs to work, you need to exactly send the naming and the field API format, particularly field APIs. So if you need to create it as account, you need to send the name and website field. You should not be sending account name and account website because there are no such fields in account object with these names. Hence, if you send a different format of what Salesforce is expecting, you need to write your own API to get this data and then divide it, and then you need to create two records. Next question. Salesforce org1 needs to display Salesforce org2 data, but you don't want to store that data in Salesforce org1. No coding allowed. So if you see, we have org1 and org2, and data of this org has to be shown in org1. Okay. The options are Apex REST API, Composite API, Change Data Capture, and Salesforce Connect. And the answer is Salesforce Connect, because Salesforce Connect has inbuilt ability to connect with some other Salesforce orgs by using its cross-org adapters. By using that adapter, it will fetch the data of Salesforce org2, and then it will store it in Salesforce org1 external objects. And then it can show that data in Salesforce, and it also have the ability to update that data in this org, and this will reflect in org2 accordingly. And finally, that's a wrap. If you understood this concept, I think you are definitely good to go and implement your integrations. And finally, practice, 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 and bye.